Hello, hello, hello! I am Kasasagi Sagi, and I am here with more Final Fantasy XIV, where we'll be continuing and moving on with patch 4.3. I am here with Miss Q. Hello, hello, Miss Q.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Making sure all my audio is good. Wait, isn't. I'll push this back up to where it used to be. I also think I turned down my system volume. I can't. It must have been so quiet yesterday. Sprightly said there was sound, but like everything was turned down to like minimal. So, all right, let's hop right to it, shall we? Oh, there's my clothing. Elvino has more important news to share. Now I too get to look like I'm from Dynasty Warriors. Ah, Akali, impeccable timing. We have just received a letter from Lord Hien. He writes that the Domans are coordinating their efforts with the Blue Kojin to maintain a constant watch over the Red. By staying on the lookout for signs of crystal hoarding and the like, they mean to nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for peace set down by the ambassador. For the Garlean's part, the Popularists have sent word that a vessel bearing Doman conscripts is soon to arrive in Yangsha, so it seems that the prisoner exchange is to proceed as planned. Lord Hien requests your presence, and I share his view that you should be on hand at this critical juncture. According to the letter, Yatsuyu's memory has yet to return, so it looks like she'll be living out the rest of her days in Doma, assuming the ambassador means to honor the agreement, of course. Before we get to that, however, I would think it wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Domans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Ashley were the one to spot it. Agreed. Let us make straightaways for the Enclave, then. Lord Hien will be waiting. I trust you will cope in our absence, Tataru? Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Just make sure to come back safely. To the Enclave. Do, 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 do. Let's go. We know the broad strokes from his letter, but I would hear the details of our Doman friend's progress from Lord Hien himself. Ever since he drained our coffers dry buying that sword, Elfino has had his purse strings in a death grip. I can't even buy a cup of tea without him going on about the dangers of frivolous spending. Ah, I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there was one other matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Gogetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather worse for the wear, and despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. Hell yes, Sprightly, live your best life. I support the block of cheese eating. Q does not, but I do. Good gods, is he alright? Confined to bed and grumbling without cease, but he has shown signs of recovery. He made me promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly, which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are, however, I think it high time he received some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? Yatsuyu has scarce left his side, and I imagine you are curious to see what has become of her as well. We will visit him at once. Akali, Alize, shall we?
Open wide now.
Please, Tsuyu. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself. I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
A persimmon?
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... a gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
Take off your clothes.
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
My lady, I assure you, this is not...
Off with them! We need to wash you. You stink! What are all these scars? There are so many of them.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man. Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
But leave me be, woman! I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
They make a convincing pair, do they not? On first acquaintance, I would think him a doting grandsire, and her a model grandchild. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene, I would have declared them mad. That aside, I am relieved to see Gogetsu has lost none of his spirit. But what a turn of events! I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him, you couldn't make it up. Although I suppose Gogetsu is an old man. With the way he charges through life, it can be easy to forget. Aye, he has resisted decrepitude with some defiance, he showed the enemies of Doma. But no matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains, he will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given his all for liege and land, and we will ask no more. And what of his nurse? Is Yogetsu feigning that... Well, she certainly has me fooled. This is no pretense. Yuguri, out of all of us, I would think you the hardest to convince. So what makes you so sure? I have been spying on Yogetsu from the shadows, waiting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it was. But her mask has never slipped, not once. She has remained in character from the first. One evening, I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and was pretending to prepare dinner right there on the tatame, a child's game. Even the wariest shinobi should not go to such lengths. I can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me, and everyone else, I would hazard. Aye, the matter is settled. Yetsuyo will become Tsuyu, and begin her new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, you will need to present her to the ambassador one last time to prove that her memory is truly gone. But I would not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange would only stir up mutinous thoughts. Understandably, she is good as fastened the chains around their necks. Aye, which is why I mean to conclude the business with Suyu first, out of sight of my countrymen. Will you help me? We are at your service. There's no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The Garleans are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We will meet you at the docks with Suyu. Even after weeks of surveillance, it was difficult for me to accept that Yatsuyu's condition was genuine, but not as difficult as accepting Gogetsu's affection for her. The skiff will take us through our meeting with the ambassador. We will join you at the docks once preparations have been made. I'm sure everything will go smooth.
Especially since we're trading her first.
We're not trading her, we're just proving that she doesn't have her memories. I have not touched any of the rocks here. Can you imagine Yatsuo playing with bowls on the floor? I don't know that I can think of her as the same person anymore. Give me my clothes, Elfano. Should we wait here then? Running in should not be long. Damn. I want to also look like a Dynasty Warriors character. No. My friend, have you seen Suyu? She is nowhere to be found. What? But the Garleans will be landing in a matter of moments. If she's fled, could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yuguri is scouring the streets as we speak. It is possible Suyu has left the Enclave altogether. Captain, a word. Did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? A fair-skinned woman, my lord? I do not rightly know. I think... Yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers whom I do not recall having seen before. Her face was hidden by the brim of her hat, but I remember taking her hand to help her onto the boat. White as fallen snow it was. Was she someone important, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Wrong? No. I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. Twould seem that Suyu has crossed the river. Kami, help me. No good can come of this. Give me healing clothes. I recall these being terrible, so let's have a look. Let's go. Oh dear. Hello. It is I. Do you like my hat?
It's definitely a hat.
Oh, it's so bad. Alright. The more I was like, give me clothes, the more I was like, I don't want these clothes. And you know you don't want these clothes. Better? Better. It was the hat. The hat was really bad. Her memory must have returned. Why else would she run? Without Suyu, I cannot see how the prisoner exchange, or indeed the peace process at large, can proceed. We will have to find her, and soon. Though his face betrays little sign of panic, Hien is plainly desperate to find Yatsuyu before something terrible happens. It seems Suyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami, help us if someone catches a clear view of her face. I must find her before that happens. The responsibility for her disappearance, for all of this, lies with me, but I would ask for your aid nonetheless. We are at your service, Lord Hien, now as before. Let us make the crossing and begin our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yagiri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. Oh shit, sorry, Lord Han. Akali, forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yuzuka Manor? One of the Namazu may well see our quarry. If everyone is in agreement, let us board the skiff and hope the kami smile upon our efforts. I thought we were done talking. Reasons. I wanted to do this. Welcome to the Yuzuka Manor. Yes, yes, if there is anything you care to know, you need only a pale-skinned woman. I haven't seen no such traveler, I am sorry to say. Most sorry. Scaly-skinned Namazu, on the other hand, we have in abundance. Unusually pale skin. Yes, yes, I saw this woman on the way back from my fishing trip. She had just crossed the shallows east of here. She was headed in a northern-easterly direction for the most part. Her steps did not seem certain. If you hurry, you might catch her still. There's no way this is shallow all the way across. Yeah. You see no sign of Yatsuyu to the north. Perhaps she is somewhere farther off to the northeast? No, game. Don't make me swim anymore.
Ooh, but... Ooh, but...
These rocks aren't real! I went right through them. It's gonna hop my way across. Still no sign of Yatsuya. Perhaps she is further to the northeast? Out of curiosity, do you think she ran away? Because she's got her memories back?
I don't think she has all of her memories back, but I do think she ran away. Like a common animal. Yatsuyu is nowhere to be seen, but lying on the ground, a short distance to the north, you spy a familiar-looking wide-brimmed hat. A curious glance is all that is required to confirm your suspicions. It is the same hat Yatsuyu was wearing when you found her in Sakazuki. Akali, before you ask, our search of Kasakuri and its surroundings has yielded exactly naught, save this chance reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alice has gone to assist her brother at the castrum. It was she who informed me of the situation. I joined Lord Han here shortly thereafter. How did you fare at Yuzuka Manor? Any sign of our missing guest? Towards Namai? By the kami, if the villagers recognize her, it will not end well. We must hurry. Yuguri and I will check the patties. The village square is yours.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
We're really in it now, Lord Han.
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
What did I do?
As if you don't know!
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead!
I too was surprised to learn of her survival. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the Kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsugu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies, my lord! She would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry! I'm so sorry.
You're sorry? And what? We're supposed to forgive you?
Here, there's no need to cry.
Oh.
Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu and treated as a citizen of Doma. I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands and suffer her to live, for now.
Please, Issei.
Oh, which one?
All right. I'll keep my peace. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
You want the steak. And I'll have the pancakes. Oh, I do remember that episode. All of this over Persimmon. I failed to consider how she might endanger herself. Knowing she has the mind of a child, I should have continued my vigilance, not relaxed it. I don't know why everyone is so angry, but I got the fruit Gogetsu wanted. I hope he likes it. Hien's face is a picture of relief. That would have been better avoided, but at least it did not end in bloodshed, and judging by Suyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Nay, it seems it was an offhand request of Gogetsu's which brought her to Namai. She came in search of a persimmon. And they say fruit is good for the health. I do hope Gogetsu finds the taste to his liking. Well, we certainly have taken a long way around, but let us continue on to Castrum Fluminus and meet our guests, and our meeting with the ambassador. Elvino and Alizé should still be there conducting their search. Yeah, I'll just walk there. I'll just walk there, no problem.
Well, what if you have to swim again?
Seems unlikely. Oh, hell yeah. An aether current. Thank you, I found an aether current over here, actually.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, the one Black Mirror episode that always, like, sticks out with me, it's in black and white, and it's like the little robots hunting people down. And it's like, I don't know, there was something about it that just really stuck with me. And when I think of Black Mirror, I think of that episode. Yeah, and yeah. I was sure Yotsuyu had fled, but it seems her memory hasn't returned after all. How foolish of me not to consider Gogetsu's craving for seasonal fruit. Oh, yeah, the bees. The Imperial airship has arrived. Whether our conscripts are aboard remains to be seen. Lord Hien has informed us of the uproar at Namai. Thank the 12 you found Yotsuyu when you did. I dare not think what might have happened had you not. Do we have to stay here long? He'll be waiting for his fruit. It seems our Imperial guests have already arrived. 'Tis time we met with the ambassador. That was actually the first one I watched, because Netflix had them backwards when I watched them. So I watched the entire thing backwards, which was fine. You don't need to watch them in any particular order, but
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
So I see. But all need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
Ah, Yotsuyu. You look, well.
Of all the people.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories?
Gosetsu. I have to take this to Gosetsu.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient. You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Dorma.
This dude's such a cock. I can't stand him.
Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
We continue with the exchange as planned, then.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
Put a handkerchief on the muffler, lock it up. Those are coffins. I knew better than to trust Dashi, but that was a dirty trick. Still, unpleasant as it was, we have at least put the matter of Tsuyu's future to the rest. I've sent her back to the Enclave with Yaguri to give Gogetsu his precious persimmon. Come, let us follow them. You have that look, Elfino. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence, most like. We can discuss it upon our return. Elfino always has something of consequence to say. Oh shit, they just brought me back here. I suppose Tsuyu is to become an official Doman citizen, but what then? Will they keep her hidden here forever? Or might she one day be allowed to walk amongst her countrymen? So it would seem there will be one less prisoner at the exchange. I only hope Yatsuyu's presence here will not present further problems. We should pay a visit to Gogetsu and reassure him about Tsuyu's fate. He will want to know that the Empire has finally relinquished its claim on her.
Gosetsu, are you awake?
My lord, come in, come in. When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me. She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents. A misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses. It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
I like this Asahi less and less.
Be that as it may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Doma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder...
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
My lord! Forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone!
Again?
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
No, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties. Might I call upon your assistance?
Gotta child lock these sliding doors. We just talked about not letting her go. We'll keep an eye on her 24/7.
Help! Help!
If only I hadn't remembered. He should hate me. But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
Who's there?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu. A font of misery. You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure. We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
I need this Karen to calm down.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament. You've kept your looks at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugane and start a new business.
Oh, spite me.
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be. Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it. To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies. And it begins with you!
Yotsuyu!
She was right to do so. Fuck these people. Like her dad in particular.
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
Well, her parents sold her to the brothel, And then she was treated miserably by all sorts of people who paid, particularly the wealthy, it sounded like, because people paid a lot of money to be with her. So while she was in that brothel, she experienced every kind of man. And so it made her angry. It stems from her parents, but she hates all of Doma because of the brothel situation, too. And these things are just seen as commonplace.
Brother dearest, what a surprise. You always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed. But surely you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see it through.
Please. I don't want to die.
That's too damn bad.
Any sign of her? What happened here?
Don't be a rat, Akali. Not, we're ratting.
I knew what would happen if she recovered. And still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother?
Oh. Hello, Emmeric's wife. Hello.
Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives. But this is neither the time nor the place. We must gather the others.
Scritches, you say? Well, we're really in it now, boys. So Yatsu has returned to the bottom of the Empire after all. I cannot say I'm surprised, but what I struggle to fathom is Ashi's aim in all of this. She did fuck up. She fucked up super bad. So Ashi got his way in the end, and at an unspeakable price. He really is a vile little worm, isn't he? Yatsu hid her recovery well. I had no inkling that her memory had returned. I keep asking myself when it could have happened. At the meeting with her parents, perhaps? But then why would she... Nay, there is naught to be gained from such conjecture. We have recovered the Nure's remains, and will hold the cremation anon. Would that they had never again set foot in Doma. I broke the news to Gogetsu myself. He was quiet. I think it best that he be allowed some time alone with his thoughts. Lord Hien seems to have seems keen to take stock of the situation. So, my friends, that which we have feared has come to pass. Yatsuyu has regained her memory and returned to the Imperial fold. It is, by any measure, a cruel twist, not least for Gogetsu, but one which does not invalidate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we were bound to surrender Yatsuyu into the Garlean's hands should her condition improve prior to the hour of the exchange. By that reckoning, all is, if not as it should be, then as it must be. This I can accept. But what I cannot accept are the unconsensible lengths to which Ashai went to achieve this outcome. Given his recent conduct, and his apparent admiration for Xenos, it is plain he cannot be trusted, and that is to say nothing of the unexplained containers he insists on bringing to our meetings. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think it unlikely our negotiations will end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts must be our first concern. As such, I would have an escape route in place before the meeting begins. A wise precaution. If the main structure of Castrum Fluminis is to be the stage for the exchange, then I believe a thorough inspection is in order. The citadel has stood empty ever since the Imperial withdrawal. While we took steps to ensure that it could not be defended by an occupying force, it is entirely possible that the ambassador has arranged things there to his advantage. I will slip inside and make certain we have an unobstructed exit. Pray allow me to join you. I have some experience of Imperial facilities, and should matters take a turn for the worse, I would hope to be of at least some use. Very good. That should be enough to guarantee us a way out of the castrum. Beyond that, however, we will need a ship to ferry the conscripts back to the Enclave. Even with every skiff we have, it would take several trips to evacuate everyone. A Confederate Sekubine, on the other hand, would require only a single run, and leave us far less vulnerable on the water, assuming, of course, Rashu can be convinced to part with one. Why'd I take the lead on this? I've had dealings with Rashu and his pirates before, and I won't be alone, will I, Akali? I suppose not. Well, that was enthusiastic. Were you going to hope to join Yagiri and Elfino on that skulking mission by any chance? Huh. I am certain you would make a persuasive pair, but I think I will accompany you to these negotiations all the same. My lord, the ruler of Doma should not be seen consorting with common brigands. Come now, Yagiri, they stood with us against the Empire. If we would ask their aid once more, we must treat them as equals. My presence shall serve to demonstrate our sincerity. Indeed, my lord, pray forgive my presumption. By your leave, Master Alphino and I will be about our task. And we should be on our way to Onokoro. Time is short, and Rashu may take some convincing. Alright. Onokoro. Oh, this way. God. You wonderful. Hello, Tennyson. Hello, it's me. Hello. In my mind, Yatsuyu is deserving of only one fate. Memory loss be damned. And if you don't have the stones for it, we would be happy to take on the burden. It'll be over nice and swift. Okay. Well, I'm gonna turn my back to you for a second. Now there is a face I did not expect to see. What brings the noble lord of Doma into the company of bilge-wretch such as we? If you've come to offer Doman chains in place of garland ones, I'm afraid you've wasted a trip. And what fine subjects you would make with our fleet at our disposal, and with your fleet at your disposal, our restoration efforts would be hastened tenfold. But let us speak seriously. I stand before you not to demand your fealty, but to request your aid once more. Mayhap you are confused. Doma's liberation was but a means to an end. We aided you only to save ourselves. Now we have no such incentive. We have no sworn oath to you, and will not come running like hounds at their master's whistle. And I would not presume to treat you thus. I came to petition your cooperation as an ally of equal standing. Equal standing, you say? Seems a bit lopsided to me. Where's the profit for us in all of this? Profit? Must you always think in such short-sighted terms? Have you ever heard of doing the right thing? Have you ever heard of pirates, little miss? We'll find we're simple souls. You pay your tithe, you sail in peace. Deny us our due, and we'll take it by force. We'll pull you out of the water if we see you drowning, but we are not in this business of doing something for nothing. Calm yourself, Mr. Salasay. We did not come here to moralize, we came here to talk. And there is more to be said. According to records recovered from the liberation, relatives of your Doman-born brethren were among those conscripted into the Imperial Army. And as you may be aware, we recently negotiated the return of said conscripts. Many, alas, will arrive to find no families waiting for them, no homes to grant them shelter. I would ask that you offer them a place in the Confederacy. You would not be rescuing strangers, but welcoming brothers and sisters into your ranks. And has not the Confederacy been in need of new recruits? You seem well informed of our affairs, Lord Hien. The losses we suffered at the Garlean's hands are no secret, but since we drove them out of Doma, the Roby Sea has become alive with traders and travelers. So many vessels to tax, so few pirates to tax them. We could do with some more hands on deck, and doubly so if they're familiar with the inner workings of the Empire. Very well. The Confederacy agrees to your request. You will have your ship. Before that, you must do something for me. The vessel I have in mind was damaged during your battle with the Empire. Though we have amended her, she is yet to be declared seaworthy. She is sound enough down below, but when you load her up with conscripts and when the waterline rises, those upper planks had best be free of cracks. Assuming you want your people to stay dry, you will do me the favor of swimming around the hull to check for weaknesses. That is, if Doman lords are not averse to getting their robes wet. Not this, Doman lord. If we each inspect a third of the ship, we will be done in a trice. That's the spirit. The ship is moored at Quickscape Pier. Our apprentice shipwright will be on deck to hear your report. Look for a lad named Ahanshi. And I thought I had a knack for parleying with pirates. For the record, my previous attempt was unmitigated success, and yes, I should have quit while I was ahead. I don't know why Alizé thought that. All she does is insult them. For being pirates. Well, well. I thought the rumors exaggerated, but the young lord lives up to his reputation. Are you gonna be nicer? So Yatsu found her way back to the Imperials, did she? I did warn you about being merciful. You did, just moments ago. Whale, too big. I have no idea where I'm going. All the way back here. Hello, Stratjam. Hello. Call it. That is a void whale. And it carries 8 people. Oh. No damage here, sir. Hello, Lord Hien. The water is so invigorating. I have not swum in the Ruby Sea since... but I should be concentrating on the task at hand. For once, I'm actually glad Yagiri isn't here. I doubt she would have taken kindly to a pirate inviting Hien to inspect his hull. Oh, there's an innuendo there. Upon closer inspection, you spot a small crack in one of the planks. They made Lord Hien inspect a pirate's hull. I will not. That makes you crazy. I'm the shipwright, apprentice shipwright. Did you find anything that might need attention? The section I inspected seems solid enough. On the port side, near the bow, you say? Alright, I'll have a look and see what I can do. My apologies, I seem to have lagged behind. I can float in the gentle sea all day. Otherwise, I'm happy to report no visible cracking or holes in my section of the hull. You're Lord Ian. The captain sent you to inspect the hull? Kami, have mercy. Forgive us the discourtesy, my lord. That's quite all right. In fact, I rather enjoyed it. I take it you were of Dolma. Yes, my lord. The Imperials took my father away after the uprising, and I had nowhere else to turn. The Confederacy became my family. But someone told me they're releasing the conscripts now. Maybe my father will be among them. Not that I can go back. There's no leaving once you've joined. How fares Our Lady? Is she seaworthy? I am not the captain. Not today. Captain! We've found a small crack in the port side, but I'll have it fixed before you know it. So you met the boy. Did he tell you his story? He babbles when he is nervous. Should his father be among the conscripts, as he hopes? I mean to give him the choice to leave this life, if he so chooses. I expect you to see they are provided for. I have heard that those who join the Confederacy forswear all ties with kin and homeland. Is that oath so easily put aside? If I allow it. I see in him the lad I was 25 years ago. You say the words, you mean them, but the yearning for home still lingers. My family is long dead, and I know this life is my lot. But he has scarce dipped his toes with us. If there is a life for him in Doma, he should have the chance to live it. Well said. The Empire's conquest has uprooted many and more, be it Yangsha or out on the Ruby Sea. We have a duty to ensure that Inashi and others like him are free to dwell where they desire. Then the matter is settled. I will make preparations to cast off. Oh. What is that one? Oh, well, we're not playing anything that has a skin right now. That was for Overwatch. Yeah, that was I didn't even realize that was still there. Yeah, that's an Overwatch. Well, you could have picked what I had.
Put on someone else's flesh, Casa.
I can't.
New skin.
New skin. Well, my friends, it seems we have our ship. Let us return to the Enclave. I should take that one down. I totally forgot it was there. I don't have any skins. We're not playing a game with skins. Just like we're not playing the Pokemon game. So. Just you can't name any Pokemons right now. But thank you for putting beans back in the bean economy. Oh, good call.
Yeah, I looked over and I didn't know what you were doing.
I'm thinking about my life. Just looking at my map. Alphino tells me they had a little trouble finding a suitable route for the castrum. He won't say much more than that. If I didn't know better, I think he was hiding something, though I can't imagine what. Oh, hell yeah, coffee beans. We found the castrum tower unoccupied, and betraying no signs of recent activity. Only shadows and echoes awaited us there. Alphino seemed oddly reluctant to linger, but I saw naught to concern us. The castrum was deserted, quite deserted. 'Twas a simple matter to plot the show's path out, hence our swiftness. Alphino is scared of ghosts. Because he's a baby.
What a nerd.
It seems Yagiri and Alphino completed their task before us. They have been waiting. We scouted the structure and determined the swiftest path to safety. In the event of hostilities, we will lead the conscripts outside with all possible haste. From there, the Confederacy has pledged a ship for us to ferry across the One River. Now we have but to afford the exchange and pray to the kami these precautions were unnecessary. You want strength potions? Ian is ready to proceed with the prisoner exchange. While we were putting our contingency plans in place, I left Hakaru in charge of organizing transport for the Imperial prisoners. He will see that they arrive at the appointed hour, leaving us free to rendezvous with our Confederate allies. Come, they await us on the riverbank not far from the castrum. If we take the boat, right? The boat's the fastest way there. I think. Or does the boat take us super high up again? I can never remember. It's a pain in the ass to get around this place. Nice. Dun, 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 dun. Excuse me, tweets. Up, I assume. Yes. No. By this boat, actually. No matter what Ashi throws at us, we cannot let that monster have his way. Would that we had some hint to the ambassador's intentions. Had we not prepared for the worst, I would be wary going through with this at all. This tower rather spoils the view across the river, does it not? I concede. We might perhaps have chosen a less ominous place to conduct this exchange. Ah, yes. My only concern is the safe return of our people. That is what my lord wishes, and that is what shall be done. Do not worry about the ship. It will be where it needs to be, and with Tensui at the helm. Oh, hell yeah. My boy Tensui. Your party's assembled, then? Aye, and we are ready for what lies ahead, I trust. Let there be no, lest there be any confusion, though. The tower across the water is to be the scene of the exchange. That and whatever else Ashaya has planned. But regardless of the ambassador's intentions, we will bring our people home. Yuri, you are to evacuate the conscripts at the first sign of trouble. Yes, my lord. We, meanwhile, shall cover their escape and lend what support we can. Your ship awaits you at the Castrum's loading dock. She will see you safely home. Then all stand ready to play your part. Come, let us be about it.
At last, the hour has come. The conclusion to these negotiations will mark a new beginning for Dorma and the Empire. A first step on the road to peaceful coexistence.
Indeed. We are ready to proceed with the exchange when you are. Forgive my curiosity, Ambassador, but is there a purpose to these containers you bring with you?
Oh, I thought they were coffins, but I don't actually... I think I know what's in them.
The supply crates. They are filled with materials we hoped might be of use in Dorma's restoration. I meant to gift them to you at our last meeting, but we had so much else to discuss.
How very generous. I confess I had not expected such compassion, welcome though it is. But then I was also surprised by the news that one of our captives had delivered herself into your custody ahead of time. A minor discrepancy I shall overlook in the spirit of the occasion.
Yeah, you gotta send that shit through a metal detector.
Are you perhaps referring to me, Lord Hien?
Yotsuyu.
Orphan of the Nairi, widow of Sashihai, and acting Viceroy of Dorma! You and your people are mine to govern, mine to punish!
Well, well. It would seem your shattered mind is mended. As per our agreement with the Ambassador, you are free to return with him to the Empire. Your authority as acting Viceroy, however, is no longer recognized here.
My position is not for you to decide, little lordling. All who resist the rule of the Empire must be purged. Such was the order given to me by Lord Xenos himself. I will reign here in this putrid, pestilent swamp until the last of you has been broken. This land shall know no dawn. I will spew forth darkness and drown all in eternal night. And high above you I shall shine, uncaring, cold and distant as the moon!
What has he done?
Oh gods, this is a summoning.
A Dorman citizen has called forth an icon in direct violation of our primary agreement. The negotiations have failed. Abandon the captives and make preparations to withdraw.
But Ambassador!
Disobey me, Pilus, and you disobey the Emperor. Make preparations to withdraw! Now!
As you command.
This dude was like, hey, that's fucked up, though.
My lord, you must fall back!
You ask me to run?
Yeah. A strategic withdrawal.
Spare my pride, would you? I know this foe is beyond me. The field is yours.
Rabbit
We will
on rabbit
withdraw,
violence.
But not without our countrymen. I want every soul accounted for. Every soul!
My lord.
I knew you would not flee. I see now the strength which flows from that baleful light of yours. But I am become Tsukuyomi, goddess of the moon and divinity of night. What power can compare to such celestial majesty? I shall plunge all I despise into darkness. And within that black abyss, even your light shall flicker and fail.
Thank you for sippies.
Come, let us cast the stalks and look upon the fate of Dorma. I see a future in which the sun sets on this wretched land. Once and for all!
Alright. This can be a tough fight, but we should be okay. One thing, oh, you're not in here with me, are you? Shit. Okay, so the one thing I will tell you about this, because it'll be hard to explain in the heat of the moment, watch the stream screen. See this line down here? Pretend it splits the arena in half. If you want to come, you can come yet. So pretend it splits the screen in half. This side is black, and this side is white. So she's gonna split the arena in half, and one side's gonna be all white, and one side's gonna all be black. Right here, you're gonna have a moon. If the moon is white with a black backdrop, you want to stand on black. If the moon is kind of red with a blue backdrop, you're gonna want to stand on white. Eventually, these are gonna gain stacks, your little moon counters. If it gets up to 5, you will die. So for safety, because I know you got a lot of tank things going on, when your little moon symbol gets to 3, you are gonna want to switch sides. Don't worry about turning the boss, everyone has to do this. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. As we go forward, you'll have more things that the bosses do to you that you kind of have to pay attention to. But we should be good. Let's grab the tag is not on. But other than that, I genuinely, so we're getting to a point where I only know the extreme versions of these fights. And I could not tell you how the normal ones go. She also does something, we call it a Shiva Mechanic, where she'll put a circle down, and but there will be circles all around the ring, and the order in which she puts these circles down is how they'll explode. So if she puts one in the middle, and then goes here, 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 here,
You're gonna want to start here, and then when the middle one pops, immediately run in and go. You can be whatever you want to be. You can co-tank with Q, but you would have to main tank, just so... You're gonna co-tank with the unit. Whoa. That'll be nice. No, you don't have to worry about... You don't have to worry about having to maintain these fights that you're not familiar with yet. There's no ads in this fight, so you can leave your tank stance off. Just remember, if Yak beefs it, to put your tank stance back up. And then provoke the boss. And then do your aggro combo. There's the circles that I'm talking about are actually, there'll be these big circular fans. But the fans and the moon are all that I, like, genuinely remember. Because I don't think she does the in-out mechanic. White go right, black to the left. I don't think she does in or out. Not without it being hugely telegraphed. You're gonna paladin? Oh, fuck it. Why not? So accidentally go into front. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, right. There's also an ad phase. What you're gonna do, so ads will spawn right in front of us, and ads will also spawn right to the side. I forgot there was ads. What you're gonna do is you're gonna grab all the ones to the side, so you will have to... ad phase is very obvious. We get, like, teleported somewhere else. You grab all the ads and bring them to where Yak is, so that we can all AoE combo them together. Makes sense? Yeah, ad phase is very obvious, so I forgot. Otherwise, Yak is big and beefy and in presumably 80 gear. She'll be fine. You'll be fine. This is the longest we've ever waited for Q, and we actually have somebody else with us. Well, the Alexanders we waited for a long time too, but like story-wise, we've been sitting here for a minute and a half, and it's pretty despicable. Oh, she is up there. I love this fight. I love this fight in EX. God, doing it the day when it was current content, when it was harder, it was like doing a dance. Everything timed with the music so beautifully. Sounded like a Pokemon. Alright. Yak's gonna go in. I think the dancer's screwed if we wait that long. Yeah. Oh, tactical.
Oh. It's going to be a long night. Whoa!
fans I was talking about. We want to stand.
Your end is near.
Oh, yeah, here. And then we're gonna move into. Yep. Nicely done. We just want to kill the clouds. They don't have aggro falls or anything. We just want to beat them before they get to the middle. We want to stack with this. You can stack in a line. This is going to be Edley. So these two first. Right here. Oh, I went to the wrong ones. No, it's okay. It's not a big deal. And that's all. Behind Jack. Oh shit, I threw my... You know what? That's fine. I don't care. Why was it not?
In darkness blooms the spider lily. From mortal I rise anew. Suffused with night, I shall prevail!
This is going to be the black and white. So I have the black moon, and you have the white moon. So you can stay on this side for a little while, but then you have to switch. And don't get in the middle.
Beg the most.
Goes on black?
No, black moon goes on. It's hard to explain. If it's white and black, you want to go on the black side. If it's blue and red, you want to go on the left side. Oh. Fan. So we're going to start here. This fan right here.
Beg them.
Stay. We can move up together. Nice.
Suffused with night, I shall prevail.
We have Moon again. When I first did this fight, I actually DC'd, and it was done by the time I got back. We also have the the clouds to get.
Your end is near. When summers gloom, black tendrils trail. No, not yet. Not yet. I'll grind you under my heels.
Yep, and
I'll grind you under my heel.
we want to be here, but someone should have died. Ooh! We finished it before it got really spicy. Ooh. Good job, it's cute. You didn't, and good job, Yak, you didn't biff it. Oh shit. The most powerful weapon in this game. A gun.
You really must learn to finish the job.
Oh, I got a job right here.
'Tis true that a gaudy mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning. But even the weakest icon is a god of sorts. A threat that must be put down. My, such hostility! These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an Imperial officer. Will you surrender to anger then? Slay an anointed emissary to avenge a fallen foe?
Ha! You cannot, of course! To do so would
burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build. Oh, but I'm forgetting. They're already ash. This Dorman woman has seen to that. The Empire cannot ally itself with any nation that refuses to renounce summoning. I believe I was most clear on that point. It should have been mine. The power he bestowed upon her. I should have been the one to govern Dorma. I would have repaid his faith.
Jesus Christ.
No one alive loves him more than I! Instead, this harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth! Worthless whore!
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious gift. Vengeance. These people, our people, they ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives. Like you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see. You were the first. The first I swore to kill. Such bliss. I had thought my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied. You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength, just for you. What's the matter? The Witch of Doma will soon be dead.
So you deserved a kinder fate.
Her happiness was never to be. Not in this world. I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered?
Xenos. I am at your disposal.
Asai, you were born of Doma, yes?
Yes, my lord. I am honored that you would remember me. How may I serve?
You are hereby appointed Ambassador Plenipotentiary, and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma, and announce your intention to sue for peace.
For peace?
What?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting Viceroy.
She lives? That is to say, I will, my lord.
When you have found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps. Yotsuyu's faith is unreliable, but as a child raised to believe in the kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods. She need only wish it to be so. The power will seem a gift, but the icon's essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
My lord, ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost. But I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the Populares spread through this city like a plague, and I would remind the people of the threat we face. You will be my chosen agent, the hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
Your chosen agent. I will not fail you, my lord. My master, Lord Xenos. He will come for you.
To be fair, if David Bowie rose from the grave and was like, "You, my biggest fan, will you go do some murder?" I'd be like, maybe.
You have prevailed, I see.
That's literally what happened to this kid. Xenos rose from the grave and was like, "Here, go do a war crime." I'm using it as a comparison.
She is gone. Wherefore did the kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
Finally, we could have Labyrinth too.
Death shall not want for company this day. You spared us a worse disaster, but I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
Oh, before we get too far in this, Miss Q, do you not find it passing strange that the Prince of Garlemald knows how to do a summoning? I think she's muted.
I mean,
Lord Hien!
it's not difficult. You just need crystals and faith, or like strong emotion, I suppose. I'm sure you could have learned it from somewhere.
Maxima, is it not? I assumed you long fled.
I entertain thoughts of escape even now. But our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here. But it seemed to me there was more to the tale.
Xenos was behind this plot.
I have heard tell of this power you wield. And in your vision, you witnessed Lord Xenos giving these orders.
Very strange, because she should be a box in Alagania, but whatever.
But how can that be? Xenos is dead.
Yes.
He took his own life after the battle in Alamigo.
Yes.
I saw his body with my own eyes.
Yes.
Forgive me, but Lord Xenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
I'm afraid I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public record.
I have no doubt you believe what you say. But what then is the explanation? That an impostor has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial Court? The idea is inconceivable, absurd. But worthy of investigation nonetheless. Our movement can ill afford to have a highly placed pretender undermining our efforts.
Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
Yes. As the late Ambassador's second-in-command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm our intent to proceed according to the original agreement.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
Indeed. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Tread lightly, Pilus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
Might I accompany you to the capital?
Alphino, have you gone mad?
Imposter or no, if Xenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Ascian waiting in the wings. Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need our help.
Were you indeed willing to share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
We must warn the
You
Emperor.
truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
We must warn the Emperor that Ascians have a hand in this. The Emperor who we have seen talking to Elidibus. We must warn him of this.
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk her life on countless occasions. Next to her, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield. But in the meeting room or the audience chamber, there I can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds. And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
This is your moment.
Tis not for me to stop you, but I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
I think that was originally the intention, but then plot things started happening. And it was very dangerous. Because it did seem like, before we figured out what Shadowbringers was about, everyone did assume it was going to be Garlemald. That was where we were going to go next.
Go then. You've obviously made up your mind. Just try not to do anything reckless, all right?
I shall be on my best behavior. Farewell, my friends.
We also want to try and resolve this peacefully with the Popularis first. And Alphino is our little negotiator. Well, we've sent Alphino to his death. Alphino, you impulsive fool. I thought about trying to talk him out of it, but I know what I would say if the roles were reversed. Stubbornness is something of a family trait. Gogetsu dragged himself here from his sickbed only to be greeted with the sight of Yatsuyu's corpse. I had not the words to comfort him. Is he still there? No. I knew Ashi was planning some manner of treachery, but a summoning? Thank the kami you were here, my friend. None of us would have escaped Yatsuyu's vengeance had you not intervened. She was a pawn, aye, but she still had a choice, and she chose to submit to the ambassador's plan. 'Tis little wonder Gogetsu departed in silence. I gather he left the same way he came, alone aboard a rowing boat. As for the conscripts, most made it to the Sekibun before the battle began in earnest, but the vessel yet waits on the river bank for those who did not flee in time. Then I suggest we put this doleful place behind us and make for the Enclave together. 'Twould be a shame to miss the joyous reunion.
How often have I imagined this moment? Thank you for helping it come to pass.
Oh.
Ah, there you are.
Gosetsu, your hair.
My friend, what have you done?
An old man who cannot raise his blade has no place in the service of a young lord. Thus did I decide to devote my remaining days to pilgrimage. I will walk this land, offering prayers of repose for all the souls who left this life in suffering.
All of them?
It does, yeah. Safe travels, Gogetsu.
A fulsome farewell makes for an enjoyable journey.
Scarcely have we said our goodbyes to Alphino, and you leave us too. But 'tis well that my companions find their own way forward. I must endeavor to do the same.
I have faith that you will find the best path for Doma without me, my lord. Pray forgive me this last act of selfishness, and grant me your blessing.
You have earned it 1,000 times over. Go in peace, my friend. I shall make of Doma a land where children laugh and none need live in fear.
There is no better way to honor those who went before. And with that, I take my leave.
It will be far too quiet without Gogetsu around. I wonder if we'll ever see him again. Oh, speaking of reunions, have you spoken with Ishani? It turns out his father was among the returning conscripts. Gogetsu relinquished his duties with the grace befitting a samurai lord. I only hope I can fill the void which he has left behind. Oh, there he is. Thank the Kami you spotted that cracked plank. The ship ended up bringing my father home. And the captain said, let's just say I'm not a pirate anymore. I'm going to live in Doma with my father. We're free. Gogetsu. Fair journey to you, my friend. A bittersweet occasion, but there is yet ample cause to be grateful. Pray join us in the Kainken. I would thank you properly. Our brothers and sisters are returned to us, and the dream of Doma's restoration is that much closer to being realized. It is a day that will live long in memory, and one that would never have dawned without the courageous actions of the Scions. On behalf of Doma and her people, we give you our deepest thanks. Lest you think me complacent, I assure you, I have not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. That Xenos lives is a source of grave concern, mayhap the gravest. Yet there is still little to be done but wait for Alphino to send word. Until then, I plan to devote myself to fulfilling the promise I made to Gogetsu, by building a nation in which none need live in fear. I confess I miss him already, but the thought that he has at last found peace goes some way to softening the blow. I wonder, did you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yatsuyu such kindness? I believe the answer lies in a past tragedy, specifically the death of his wife and daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well, they were never far from his thoughts, and in Yatsuyu's childlike mien, I believe he saw not a fallen tyrant, but the little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Gogetsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He suffered any hardship, strove beyond the limits of endurance without hesitation or complaint. Though Tsuyu would never truly replace his daughter, I had hoped that with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. Would that the kami had been so minded. Even now I labor to discern any meaning in Yatsuyu's fate. To deliver her from certain death, with no memory of her sins, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother. Can that truly have been their will? That I cannot tell you. The will of the kami is not for us to know. But what I do know is that for a brief moment a girl known as Tsuyu lived among us, and that she brought with her a whisper of respite for a grieving heart. However far his pilgrimage may take him, we have not seen the last of Gogetsu, of that I am certain. Doma owes you a great debt, my friend. Thanks to you, we have everything we need to prosper. You and Alize must promise to visit us again soon, and Alphino too. When he returns from the Empire, know that my thoughts go with him. Alize seems ready to bid farewell to Doma. I think it's time we were going, don't you? We've done all we can here, and we have a lot to report. But before we head back to the Rising Stones, let's call in at Rhalger's Reach. We should be the ones to tell Lise about Xenos. After everything we went through together, we owe her that. Under the Moonlight, was the name of this patch. And it was actually the one, my first current patch, I do believe. I remember it because they always put the patch titles on top, and I remember seeing some stuff, and I was like, oh. I wonder why that is the way it is.
Got any donations for today?
No, I am maxed. It's a weekly thing. Do you need money? I have saved up so much. I can give you some to
No, it's okay.
Come here. Come here. No. Ugh. I'm leaving you behind. Come here, bunny. Alright. Time to look and see
about
what's
our actual rabbit. I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Come here, bunny.
Come here, bunny. Jareth is on the loose.
He's gonna get your books.
I just recently told somebody about that. He ate every book. He didn't just take a nibble out of the corner, he bit the books all down the line and ruined the corners on every single one of them. Akali, Alice, you're back. No Alphino? It's good to see you, Lise. As for my headstrong brother, he's off on what will most certainly turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Garlemald. It's a long story, but we have evidence that Xenos might still be alive. What? But if that's a joke, God, this had better be a joke. Look, I know what I saw, right? We all saw it. And here you are saying he's alive and well, living the high life back in Garlemald? I know how ludicrous this sounds. I'm still having difficulty believing it myself. But while I might doubt the word of an Imperial envoy, I am inclined to trust Akali's. She saw the Crown Prince through the Echo, in a meeting that could have only taken place in the recent past. It was him. It was Xenos. No, it must have been... I don't know. Some kind of really convincing imposter. Xenos is dead. He had a great big hole in his neck. We buried him. Aye, and someone went to the trouble of desecrating the bastard's grave, remember? Thal's gilded halls. Whatever are you talking about? Oh, Thancred. I didn't know you used such language. Thancred? What brings you to the Reach? Helfino had me lending a hand at the Saltillery, keeping an eye on the rebuilding work and so on, just until operations were up and running. And now that they are, I thought I might look in on you before wending my weary way back to headquarters. Forgive me if I misheard, but is there some suggestion the late Crown Prince could have gotten better? If so, might I suggest a quick look inside his coffin as our first order of business? Ugh, as much as I hated the man, it doesn't feel right defiling his grave, but if it puts this rumor to rest, I suppose we have to. And when there are no curious eyes about, if we can manage it. Xenos is buried up at Bloodhow in the Locks. His grave was set apart from the others and left unmarked, so not to upset the locals. Then it shouldn't be too hard to find him. Nago, you're in charge until I get back. I think maybe we should have burned it. I think maybe we should have burned it?
I think we should have burned it.
I think we should have burned it, actually.
I don't know if cremation is the way that these people go.
Should have burned it. Oh god, it's so fucking far away! I can't fly! No, I will walk as Q mocks me. There she goes.
What have I ever mocked you?
Didn't you mock me with your flying?
You want me to attract every mob so they don't hurt you?
No, they couldn't ever hurt me. Physically. But emotionally? Oh fuck. To shreds. Oh shit! He didn't hit me. Anyway, to shreds. You don't have a healer either. You don't have anyone that can res, so I would have been absolutely befuddled. Yeah.
You would have had to go back to Gridania. Why are you going up there?
I don't know.
So you can break your ankles again?
It's okay. It's better this way. Yeah. I'm so sad we were too poor to afford a car. None of this would have happened. You know what's even sadder? If we had compiled our MGP together, we still couldn't afford the car.
No. The car is very expensive.
It's not actually that much MGP. We just don't have it.
That's so much MGP.
It's not though. We've done it. Get your gobby off the grave.
My gobby is not on my screen.
Most of the graves are grouped together, but they managed to find a lonely spot for Xenos, didn't they? My money is on writhing snakes, possibly spiders. Let's pry it open and see what comes out. What do you think's gonna be in there, Q?
No.
Nothing? This is it. Gods, he'd better be in there. Someone scrawled all over the stone a while ago, but I had it scrubbed off and thought no more about it. So no one thought to check if the coffin was still occupied. Well then, we are presented with but one course of action. And we had best be sure we are not observed in the doing of it. Shall we begin? I want his swords if he is in there. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh dear. We seem to be missing a corpse.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I win. I was like, you should be right.
Well, it must be somewhere.
200,000 MGP,
I
please.
only hope it's walking around.
If only. I want that really lame and stupid samurai sword roulette. If there's no corpse, then are we to conclude the rumors are true? Not necessarily. We might be dealing with a doppelganger of some kind. An agent could have been sent to dispose of the body in a bid to lend credence to the tale of Xenos' resurrection. More and more, however, I find myself siding with Alphino's theory of Asian possession. Speaking from experience, I can tell you they have no qualms about taking a living host, let alone a dead one. You're saying an Asian is walking around in Xenos' body? It seems a distinct possibility. Once I have put this grave back the way we found it, I shall pay a visit to the people responsible for interring the Crown Prince. Before leaping to any conclusions, I want to know for sure if a body was ever buried here, and how certain we are that Xenos was properly dead. If he wasn't, that was some trick. He as good as cut off his own head. Anyway, Raban needs to hear about this. If you find anything out, send word to me at Ralgar's Reach. I don't know why I'm surprised. With matters settling down in Doma, we were due for another crisis. Shall we make for the Rising Stones, then? It's past time we shared these developments with the others.
Alright, bye. Put that stone back on by yourself.
Yeah, goodbye, Thancred. Oh, there's so many people here. We gathered what scraps of intelligence we could. Myself from within Eorzea and Alphinaud from his far eastern sources, but there's a limit to what a bloke can learn about the Empire from outside its borders. Still, I'd never think to invite myself aboard an Imperial bloody airship. 'Twas impulsive, reckless. You've got to admire the lad's style. I think it was stupid. The Domans...
I also think it was stupid.
Yeah, you think it was stupid that child got on an Imperial airship to go to Garlemald? Yeah, not a great idea. The Domans have as much claim to Reverend's toll as you and me. They're family. Thank the gods I made it back in time to see them off. Will Isildur be alright without Homie? They're practically inseparable these days, and I don't think he has many other friends. Though he is but half the size of my courageous brother, 'twould seem Alphino's bravery looms twice as large. Even Hori might hesitate before embarking alone into the heart of the Empire. 'Twould seem Master Alphino has placed himself squarely in the path of danger. As a fellow scion, I shall render whatever aid I can to ensure his safe return. I know I need to give Isildur my undivided attention, but these waves of brotherly love make my mind drift to naughty places. Focus, Enor, focus. I'm glad that she's consistently horny on main. That is all she can think about is fucking the brothers. I respect this class's game. It is for the best, it is. It is their past and their future, their home, and I could not be happier for them. Aww. Coastal Braves too. I hope Ezelstor can find someone to keep him company. With our missions, we can never linger very long. Where is Yashtola? Oh, Elaine. I missed her. Where's Tatar? Oh, Tataro's in Kugane. You needn't worry for my grandfather. If he should grow lonely and start to long for Home's company, he will purchase passage on the next ship bound for the Far East. I couldn't stop him if I tried. While I was waiting for you to arrive, I spoke with Urianger over Link Pearl and gave him a full report. Stoll is on her way and should be here any... Oh! LSA, Akali, 'tis good to see you safe and well. What news have you from the east? Well, Elfina went to Garlemald. Disturbing developments indeed, given all that we know. I too would conclude that an Ascian now inhabits Xenos' body. A doppelganger might fool the Crown Prince's subordinates, but Akali? Nay, Elfino had the right of it. Would that his wisdom extended to the question of his own safety. Capable though he has become, his ventures alone into enemy strongholds and the shadowy web of paragons like as not. When it comes to making rash decisions, I'm hardly in a position to criticize, but I'm worried. I just wish there was something I could do for him besides pray. I think I know what cutscene's coming up, and I'm so excited. Yes! 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 We cannot suffer icons to exist. Was I not clear on this point? More than clear. The icon in question was summarily dispatched by the Warrior of Light. The summoner is dead, and the rite beyond repeating. Everything proceeded according to plan, every party behaving exactly as required. My methods may seem extreme, but there is no cause for concern. I work only to ensure the salvation of this star. Is it not this one? Oh, it isn't. When it wasn't voiced, I had a bad feeling. What are you doing fiddling with that thing? I asked you a question, soldier. What, have you lost your mind? Blech. I have lost many things, but my mind is yet my own. There upon the stage I stood, prepared to take my final bow, only to find that the finale was but an intermission. Shall I use this chance to repent for my sins? Embrace goodness and mediocrity? Nay, I think not. While the one I yearn to face yet lives, the hunt must go on. Wow, we don't get that cutscene. was so excited. I was so ready for it. I don't even have the play dead emote, so I can express how I truly feel about the situation. Welp. Well, Miss Q, what are your thoughts? What are your feelings?
I feel like they're implying that that Reach soldier is Xenos, but then why did he have, like, elf ears?
Why, an elf body?
Yeah.
Well, what the Scions are saying is that Xenos' body is being possessed by an Ascian.
Yes.
Okay.
There can't be two Xenoses. Like, you've got his body in Garlemald getting scolded by Daddy.
Yes, Daddy Varys, yes.
And then you've got this elf soldier who's talking about the hunt must go on, which is a Xenos thing. So who was Phone?
Who was Phone? Who was Phone indeed? You are missing an essential piece to the puzzle, but I will not tell you what it is. I will just continue on. Do you want to do the 24-man raid? Or do you want to do the trial first?
What does your title say?
It was talking about the moon. I thought this was a much longer patch. Because it's the end of the Stormblood story, officially. So I thought
I see.
I thought it would be much longer. We can do anything you want to do. 24-man raid, or we can do the trial. We might have time for both. So it's whatever you want to do first.
Let's do the trial.
Trial? Okay, then we need to go to... I need to go to Kugane, because we have to go back to Hell's Lid. There might not actually be a trial. I can't remember how it's pieced up. Usually there's something in between. Oops. There's usually something in between the first and second one, like a little story segment. So we might not actually have a trial. But we will continue with that story. Exartic on the White Mage? Yeah, that's your main. There's no point in mounting up. I am BIS on my healers and my red mage? That I don't know. My casters might be good and my healers might be good, but I am the rest of my classes are in shambles. And I'm gonna have to do some serious grinding to get everything up. I need coins so bad. I know, I'm gonna have to run the tower 50 times. Well, you need coins and you need tomestones. And I have probably neither of either. I'm gonna have to grind so much to get all my classes up to snuff. It is actually a problem. And I probably am gonna be fine factory-wise with coins. But I am in so much trouble with the other two. it's a problem. Where am I going? Not the right way.
Oh, we're not going to Hell's Lid?
We are.
Oh.
I wasn't going the right way. I actually don't know where Hell's Lid is.
I'm at it.
You're at it? Can you stay there so I can...
Yeah, I'm not going anymore.
I actually don't see your blue dot.
Oh, I'm right on the dungeon. That's where Hell's Lid is.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I was reading chat. We have 3 breach coins. I think I have closer to 9, but it's 1 coin for everything. I might skip belts. Don't upgrade the belts. It's worthless. Yeah, I'm gonna not upgrade my belts I think that's the smart choice. Because it doesn't matter, and then that's still 50,000 coins. We can't do it tonight because we have D&D yak. But give me a holler and we'll just grind and get our coins. Because at least they're not locked anymore. Mind your business, crab. Has it really? Good gracious. I just wanted to run through a level. 509 caster? Can you even go into the tower? Thank you. Ay, caramba. Holy shit. Wait, this isn't where we wanted to go.
Where did we want to go?
We need to talk to Tataru in Kugane. I'm losing my mind. We definitely want to be... She's got the next quest, and she didn't stay down here. She went back to Hancock. Because she doesn't trust that man to do shit. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I can't believe you can get in the tower in 495. She doesn't have it either? Who's got the next quest? What the beans? I can't even imagine who has it then.
Don't take my teleport.
I'm going to go talk to Soroban and see if he has it. I do actually think that's... Oh shit. I do actually think that's where it ended.
I'm gonna go look for him at the tree that he was at.
Oh. If only... Here we go. Maybe? We did end the quest with the Kojin leader.
It's true.
Yeah, here we go. Bunshin has not heard from Soroban in quite some time. A pleasure as ever to see you, my friend. Would that I could say the same for Soroban. He has yet to return from Taramerzu, so I can only assume he's still busy undergoing Ganbu's rigorous training. Hello? Hello, Akali? Is my link pearl working? So unreliable, these little things. I'm going to pay a visit to the Raisin Temple to see Soroban and give him a treat to keep his spirits up. If you're available, you should come too. I hope you haven't forgotten how to get there, but in case you have, look for a cute animal trying not to look like they're on guard duty in the middle of the volcanic island. I was of course not privy to your conversation just now, but on the off chance you are bound for the Raisin Temple, give Soroban and Genbu my regards. There we go. We've done it. Oh, come on. Well, I can't fly. You're actually better off not traveling with me.
Sorry.
Now you don't want it.
What? Damn it.
What?
I accidentally teleported to the place that we just were. So I spent like $10 to move 5 feet.
$10 whole.
I'm sure it was more than that.
I think it's 100 to go to where you just were. Oh, to find this quest was actually a trial in itself. I may beat you yet? You might. Eh. Oh no, wait. You are so fast. Eh. Eh. A foreign client.
Oh, there. I just passed over you.
You monster.
Listen, you were very, very close.
I'm so close to finishing some relic weapons. I have 3 of them. And but it requires more Delibrium runs, and I can't imagine what that place is like at this point. Oh, well met, brave adventurer. You are come alone this day? What of the urchin girl I recall napping at your heels? That is Tataru, and I'll thank you not to forget it, or else you'll get no takoyaki from me. Oh my, that would be most unfortunate. My sincerest apologies. I shall endeavor to remember you, little urchin Tataru. Of course, your name I will not soon forget, for you saved my dear friend Byaku from descending into madness. It is good that you are here, Akali. Soroban has made great strides in his training, it is true, but I believe we need to consider more drastic methods. I will. I told Koji to ping me when he was gonna do it, but there has been no ping, so I'll just resort to bullying. Though he is not without potential, Soroban, as he is, simply lacks divinity. Should we carry on as we are? He may not be ready when we have need of his strength. As with Byaku before, there will come a time when we must confront Seiryo and Suzaku and quell the raging Aramitama within them. Accordingly, we must use every means at our disposal, no matter how dangerous, to ensure we are prepared. No matter how dangerous. What exactly did you have in mind? Oh, there is no need for fearful trembling or withdrawing into one's shell. All I would have you do is open a box. Oh, is that all? Well, I've opened my fair share of boxes. But know that this is no ordinary box. You must open. It is a Tamatai Bako of geomancy, a sacred vessel which harbors the very power of time itself. And yet you say there is no need for fearful trembling? This box sounds incredibly dangerous. To what end would you have me open it? That you may bathe in its temporal magics and age 1,000 years in an instant. That you may undergo the change and become an auspice, albeit until the magics dissipate. You would have me come an auspice like the 4 lords. Hold on, Akali, didn't you come across one of these Tamate Bako in Shuusui of the Violent Tides? You did, didn't you? I am aware of similar relics in the possession of the Rain. However, their magics alter only the appearance of those exposed. A mummer's trick. A glamour. All together unlike the phenomenal power of the Tamate Bako we seek. Know that this is no legend, an incontrivable truth, for the one who created the Tamate Bako of geomancy was a fellow auspice. Like many of us, he had lived long enough to see comrades become consumed by the Aramitama, see them descend into madness and lay waste into the lands they had sworn to protect. And, like many of us, he had no choice but to put an end to their rampages. This auspice knew full well he was destined to share their fate, and so, before he too fell from grace, he resolved to craft the Tamate Bako of geomancy, and when his work was complete, he bathed in its magics until he was no more. By the Kami, he chose to die while his mind was still his own. I don't know what to say. Once the true potential of the box was understood, that it could bring death to an auspice, it was decided that it should be placed under lock and key in the Swallow's compass until we had need of it. However, the Grand Mausoleum of King Ganon has been abandoned to the Shikigami forever, bound to its halls as guardians, and only a warrior of surpassing strength could hope to overcome their trials. Oh my god, Swallow's compass. Still yourself, Soroban. Until the moment Akali returns with the Tatenme Baku of Jumansi, you must train like you have never trained before. Yes, yes, of course. I ran Swallow's compass so many times for the caster's top. And I don't even wear it that much. Where are we going? I think it's in my best interest to teleport to the Doman Enclave and take the boat. No, Suzy Q's next patch. It's Swallow's Compass. There's always like a dungeon or something in between the two. Or a duty. Where am I going? Why am I going? But you can come to Swallow's Compass if you want. You have to DPS. Why was the event cancelled? Take me to the Glittering Basin. Hell yeah. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Make sure you have pants, Yak. I know that's constantly a situation for you. Oh hey, you made it! Finally! I've only been waiting here forever and a day. But hey, it's not like we've got a potential calamity to worry about or anything. Anyway, I've already taken care of the ward sealing the tomb's entrance, so you're free to go in and get that box. But whatever you do, don't open it. Ah, and one more thing. I'll wager they told you about the Shikigami, but forgot to mention that the box itself is guarded by one of us. A tough bugger and a half. But you're pretty tough yourself, eh? You gave Byakko what for, after all. Just don't say I didn't warn you. Next said she's working it, but I won't ready check. Yuck. Where are you going?
Up.
I do think, you probably don't have vistas, but I do think there's one at the top of this place.
I can't go any more up.
Oh, you can't go on top of it?
I mean, I can. I was trying to go on top of the mountain.
Yuck, we are gonna go without you. I have to keep this show on the road.
Also your buns.
There we go. I know you needed pants. This is the most unsurprising information you've ever said to me. Yak is constantly without pants. I don't know how it happens. She switches from one class to the next, and they're all missing pants.
It's just like you in real life. Constantly missing pants.
I can't stand pants. tank thing.
Tank thing.
Kill them good. This way. A whole bunch of stuff is gonna spawn in this room. Just make sure to grab it. There's 4. I usually play with my spell effects off, but I have them on for stream. And the Axe Flamethrower, I was like, what is that shit? Oh, you were dying. Oh. Now we can go. Oh, there she goes. I keep hitting the wrong buttons. Bad. Don't touch the fire. They move, so be mindful. I didn't touch that. Look away.
I didn't look away enough.
Oh. Look away from the fires.
Away from the fire.
She's I even bannied her. I don't know about these hits. I like genuinely don't know. Look away. They might be like the balls in the Shadowbringers raids, where their fronts have a way bigger hitbox than the rest of them. I don't know if this stuff is going to be better than what you are currently wearing. I'm going to say no. But... oh shit. So how this one works is you want to grab everything, but put your back towards one of these things. The water will push you back otherwise.
Keep going?
No, if you're going to stop, you want to stop right here, over where I am.
Oh, over where you are.
Yeah. There you go. Because he makes a big wave that happens that will push us back. Well, he's supposed to. So those are boots for you. No. They're not better?
They're boots for the ground.
They're boots for the ground. Okay. Boots for me. The boots here are very good. I should have let you see if you wanted them for glamour purposes. They're like heels, but the heels are like these tiny sharp dagger points. Yeah, they're real neat.
I'll worry about fashion.
At the end game, as you should.
At the end game?
Yes, absolutely. And my face. I can't possibly be better than the blue I'm wearing. No, yeah. Alright, you're gonna want to stay right where you are mostly. You don't have to do any fancy movement. Oh, actually you do. You have to watch out for his hands. When he lifts that one, he's gonna slap down. when he lifts the other one, you want to go on the other side. So see, he's lifting up his hand, so you're going to want to come to this side. I lied to you immediately. Wait. Oh, you bastard. The DPS are going to run those away from all of us and not drop them on you. Maybe I just currently. Stay in my bubble. Okay. To the left. Oh, out of the puddle. To the left. This is outrageous. You're about to get some rocks dropped on you, I think. I could have finished my holy. I was a coward. Baited that samurai unintentionally. You baited all those things.
I did not.
You did? You kept starting and stopping. No. I know you were looking at that bangle. Yeah, they just started. Yeah, nothing here is actually better for you. It's just warrior-wise. ads behind you? Remember this very well. Wukong, yeah. Okay. Wait for the samurai? Alright, go for it. There you go. I was trying to save you, but I was too late. In. This is gonna be out. So his move, both ends will look different. If it's the short stick, then you want to be out. If it's the long stick full of electricity, you want to be in. Okay, head base. He's gonna do a big attack. Now he's gonna split himself into two, so make sure you have aggro on both monkeys. Okay. So we want to be next to the one with the big stick. Almost. Stack. Oh, we're too close to it. He's gonna split himself in half again if we don't kill him. There you go. We did it. We did do it. He's fine.
chance for neither of us. Yay! Yay! Don't your fingers feel good after all of that? Alright, now we gotta go back to Genbu. You got the car! I picked that samurai off the ground. I said that like so many times. DPS scum. DPS stick together. I don't think that's right, and I don't think that's fair. Can you do the snowflake thing in the air? I'll make it there. It's not as punishing as Heaven's Ward, where you had to fly or you could not do the content. You could not get to the content. So, there's that at least for us. I made it. Thank you for waiting there. It's like slowly made my way there. Ding. Welcome back, Akali. Did you find the mysterious box of doom or whatever it was you were looking for? You have returned. God be praised. I do not think I could endure even a moment's more training. You are returned, and with Tamate Boko of Geomancy, I gather. There's your box. Very good, very good. Of course, there was no need to fear for the well-being of the warrior who faced my brother Byakuo and lived. Let us brook no further delay and make ready for the next stage of Soroban's training. Listen well, everyone, for the magics we are about to unleash are ancient and terrifying. It is exceedingly dangerous, especially for Soroban. I wish you would stop saying that. Be at ease, Soroban. Byakuo will devote his energies to maintaining the wards of Koryo's prison while we are occupied. Should you be indisposed for a time, we will manage. And I've been secretly practicing my Arcania in preparation for a time like this. So don't worry, no matter what happens, we'll be ready. After all, we've each got to do our part if we're going to claim the fabulous riches. I mean, if we're going to save the Ruby Sea from certain doom. Her enthusiasm notwithstanding, I expect we will need to turn to you should this trading go awry. Take a moment to see to your equipment and let me know when you are ready to begin. Goodbye. Everything is in order? Then let us begin. Now remember, Soroban,
Once opened, the box will spew forth smoke. Remain still and let it wash over you. Surrender to the magic and let it transform you into an allspice. And you're certain this will be temporary. As honored as I would be to join your ranks, I fear I am too young to be so old. Come on, you lot. Let us retreat to a safer distance. Poor Soroban. He just wanted to make money. Just let it wash over you, man. It's a fake. I knew it. Gosh, what a waste of time. There had better be some treasure or something inside. Foolish urchin. Was that really necessary? You could just ask me to move nicely. What's that look for? Is there something on my face? My face! My beautiful face! It feels like all goat leather left in the sun! Get a hold of yourself, child. You have been aged, nothing more. Be grateful that you were not exposed longer, or you would have surely died. I may as well be dead already. I can't bear to go on like this. Did I not tell you before that the magic is fleeting? You need only endure it for a moment. All will be as it was. So preoccupied with the urchin I have been that I completely forgot about Soroban. I hope he has not been overexposed to the magic. If he has been aged to an excess, his Aramitama may already be... Well, that answers that. On your guard. I'm afraid he means to kill us all. He bathed in the Tamte Bako's magic for far longer than the urchin, and so I expect he will not return to normal so quickly. In fact, I dare say he will retain this form long enough to destroy the temple if we do not subdue him. With me, Akali. Urchin, hold nothing back. Tataru's carbuncle ran away again. Oh god. Oh no, he's small. This is just like Duty Finder. My DPS. Well, I tried to tire. Oh shit. This Tataru is the worst, actually. Oh my god. Down her. I wish I had Shirk. Problematic DPS. Huh, what happened? Why do you all look so exhausted? Oh, my dear Soroban, I knew you had potential, but it seemed I grossly underestimated your capacity for chaos. In any case, despite the unexpected turn of events, I should like to declare this training session a success. Let us take a moment to collect ourselves. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Confounded, betrayed by my own carbuncle yet again. I'm not quite sure what happened, but I feel so very, very tired. Truth be told, this comes as a relief. Though Soroban's present strength pales in comparison to that of Byakko and myself, we now know for certain that his potential is extraordinary. I struggle to believe I could ever wield such power. All who are strong were once weak, Soroban. I am no exception. Until I met Tenzin, I was no more than a floundering turtle you see before you. You never did tell us how you fell in with him. Oh, well, if you wish to know the details. Long ago, when I had lived 100 or so years, and had only just begun to become something more, I received my first vision. A terrible calamity, one that would claim the lives of countless innocents, was imminent. But what was a little turtle to do? For while I had seen the future with crystal clarity, I was powerless to stop it. I could but look on helpless as the cities burned and men died. So it was for centuries, until one day... After 500 years, I had grown stronger, more reckless. I believed I could make a difference, so when I foresaw a landslide that would bury a nearby village, I ventured forth to warn the people. Alas, they were quick to discern I was no common animal. They could make no sense of my panicked flailings. To them, I was a queer dancing turtle, a source of considerable amusement, for I knew not the words of men, and so my warnings fell on deaf ears. It would be no different. Yet again they would die. The people turned and walked away, bored with the fleeting amusement. With a heart fit to burst with sorrow and despair, I made to quit the village. Just then I heard a voice, kind and gentle. Little one, you look troubled. Tell me what burdens you so. And though I knew he was addressing me, I doubted he would understand. Still, I told him of my vision, of the landslide I knew would bury the village, and everyone in it, and my vain attempts to warn them. Your kindness is only surpassed by your bravery, little one. Fear not. I, Tenzin, and my comrade Byakko shall act in your stead. As Tenzin drew his sword, a great white tiger emerged from the wilds. "Shall we give them a show?" he whispered to the beast, which inclined its massive head ever so slightly in response. They ran into the center of the village and began to fight as if they were bitter enemies intent on killing one another, blade and fang flashing too fast for the eye to follow. The two broke apart in an instant, and Tenzin bellowed, "Hearken to me! This white demon thirsts for blood of man. If you value your lives, flee this place. Seek shelter in the next village." Needless to say, the bewildered villagers gathered up whatever was in hand and ran screaming, too terrified to even look back. As the three of us watched them go, I heard the white demon mutter, "You know full well, I have not once tasted man flesh." The village was later destroyed in a landslide, as I had foreseen, but for the first time, I had managed to make a difference. Thereafter, we became traveling companions and close friends. I shared with them my visions, and together we labored to save those that we could. On the eve of what may perhaps be the greatest calamity I have ever foreseen, I feel Tenzin's absence keenly. Nevertheless, we must carry on. You may not have him, but you've got a collie, and you know she's no slouch. Oh, indeed I do, and for this blessing we are grateful beyond measure. Right then, Soroban. We must resume your training at once, ere we forget the lessons of your time as an auspice. Yes, of course. Getting back to it, in that case I should return to the mountain of paperwork in Kugane. I've been doing my best to ignore. Oh, and Soroban, I left the takoyaki with Kamaichi for safekeeping. You're not to get any until you've earned it. When next we call upon you, Akali, I expect it will be to deal with one of my comrades. Shirk not your own training, for it will not be easy. Under these circumstances, I do not think I have time to return to Tamazu even for a short spell, if you would be so kind as to inform the elder. Okay. Next week we'll remember. We couldn't remember over a single day, but next week we'll remember that it was here. Or it'll be where the elder is. A pleasure, Akali. Did you have the chance to visit with Soroban? How fares he with his training? Extraordinary. He's always been diligent and hard working, but even so, to think he is blessed with such incredible potential. I cannot help but wonder who else among us might be possessed of similar abilities. Yet I understand his trepidation. With great power comes great responsibility, as is often said. We may need to keep a closer eye on him to ensure he does not succumb to fear and attempt to flee his training. Alright, we still have time, but we will end up going over if we do the 24-man raid. But we should get that done.
I don't want you to be late for D&D.
I won't be. It's at
Okay.
10:30.
Oh.
That will be at Kugane. Because that way next week I will do my job quests, because I have a few of those to do, and I can do Hildebrand. Oh, actually, I think we can just... It might be faster to walk. Yeah. Kind of. We could have gone to the markets, but... Lina
Marwell appears to have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Akali, where in the world have you been? Did you not receive Alma's summons? Principal Lexintel's research into the aura site may have finally borne fruit. We must hurry to the Prima Vista before they embark on some grand and perilous adventure without us. Akali, Lady Marilla, thank you for answering my summons. Master Garland was kind enough to send for an Archon from Charlian, and I thought it only right that you be present to hear her findings. To be frank, summoning Mikoto was more Y'shtola's idea. I simply came along to see what light she could shed on this mystery. I am Mikoto of House Jinba, a Doman. Though my years in Charlian have made me a stranger here, you must be Akali Yama, a fabled liberator of men, slayer of false gods, warrior of light. I thought you'd be taller. Did she say that to you too?
Yeah.
What the fuck? You're huge! Let us speak of the crystal. The Otis, one of but many Aurosite shards that aided noble Deltia's rise to regent. My apologies. The Otis is no ordinary crystal, even discounting its obvious historical importance. The specimen is more than a simple manifestation of elementally expected energies. It is rather an ethereal lodestone whose facilitation of both the absorption and transmission of distant frequency NRR-type harmonic vibrations has been observed to promote ethereal amplification. The result, narrow harmonic disturbance, allows for a highly unique emittance of CPRS waves that, instead of radiating outward with a determinate factor of dispersal, instead resonate inward at a frequency so labored by estimates place the rate of VRT decay at upwards of several centuries, though I must admit I lack sufficient variance to complete a truly comprehensive graphical assessment. While that explanation may elicit admiring nods from your professors at the Academy, it will earn you only blank looks here. Take a deep breath and try again, this time in a language those of us without the echo might comprehend. My apologies, I merely thought... Apologies will see us no nearer to an answer. A simpler explanation will. Simpler, right. Aether is not only the building block of all things material, but those immaterial as well. Thoughts, memories, feelings, one's very will are understood to be etherical phenomena and can be measured as such. Unlike most crystals, which only emit elemental energies, Aurosite is tuned not only to absorb aether, but aether specific to the immaterial. That aether is then stored and multiplied within its crystalline confines until external stimuli precipitate release. Try again. Under appropriate conditions, a strong will or desire can become imprinted upon the Aurosite and stored until fermentation, at which time the desire becomes manifest. Fermentation. What my studious young friend is trying to say is that the Otis takes one's deepest fantasies and makes them reality. Yes, that is simpler. You may choose to think of it as a process akin to that of summoning a primal. There being one marked difference. Primal summoning requires a supplemental energy source.
such as a hoard of elementally charged crystals. Orosite, on the other hand, has the capacity to serve as its own source of power. We know from the Durai papers that Agrath was never king of Ivalice. He was slain in battle during the War of the Lions. Yet the Agrath encountered during the recent expedition carried himself as if he had been crowned a regent. I believe this was merely the Orosite in his possession, making men, realizing his desire to rule. I am informed that he uttered the same words over and over again for the duration of the confrontation which unfolded. If that is the case, it is possible that it was not actually Agrath who uttered them, but the Orosite itself. If the Durai papers are accurate, Agrath was a weak and petty noble who believed that his blood entitled him to power. The Orosite took that belief and twisted it into the abomination we, Akali, put to the sword. Then you are saying the crystal could prove a threat? The Orosite, Alma. And not necessarily. Ramza seemed to fare well enough. There is no record of the young regent being manipulated by the artifacts he gathered. In the hands of the just, the Orosite should prove harmless, even beneficial. To paraphrase, it is not the weapon that kills, but the one who wields it. Now where have I heard that before? Oh yes, it was Emperor Galvus's justification for taking the marvels of Magitech and applying them to the manufacture of arms. Where, after all, was the harm if it allowed him to bring order to the three great continents? You draw an intriguing parallel, Master Garland. The properties of these crystals are so singular, I do begin to wonder if they are, like Magitech, are products of science and not nature. That they were created by someone to... But who? What manner of person would even be capable of such a feat? Now, that is an interesting question, the answer to which I look forward to hearing. Regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to elsewhere. Fear not, however, Makoto's insight will prove far more beneficial than anything I might accidentally contribute. Good day to you all. What I don't understand is... If the Duma were imprinted with Agrath's deepest desires, then whose desires are rattling about inside the Otis? I had the self-same question, and thus conducted a thorough inspection of the crystal upon my arrival. The results were inconclusive. Traces of ethereal activity were present, but to all intents and purposes the vessel was empty. Empty? But what of the voices I heard? Voices? I heard nothing of the sort. The only voices you heard, Alma, were in your stubborn head. Ramza, why won't you? Shall we speak of voices, then? What of yours, Alma? Our resident voice of dissent? You have done naught but question the wisdom of our research from the moment we left Garlemald. Would you put your petty worries above our family's calling? No, I would never. You would never? Then why involve a gossip monger, a goody two-shoes, and this flying mole? Please, tell me you can see that. Muggles. I'm just gonna move this quest along. interrupting. Oh, please do go on. My acceptance into your fine troop's ranks can wait until all have said their piece, Kupo. Guards, get this... Monteblanc. The name is Monteblanc. Denizen of Dalmasca's desert, seeker of thrills, adventurer extraordinaire, but you may call me Monteblanc, Kupo. That is not how you say this French name, but I'm doing my best. Dalmasca has long been known as a melting pot for myriad cultures, where minor races such as the Sikh and Banga and the Vieira might live in relative harmony with Hura, Elysian, and others. Yet there is no record of a prominent Mughal population. Most likely because we are neither prominent nor populous. My people are nomadic by nature, ever drawn to the elusive frontier and the freedom she promises, Kupo. A Mughal? Of course I'm a Mughal, Kupo. You think the adorable wings and the fluffy palm would have given it away. Now, about my admission to the Majestic. I will allow no such thing. The Majestic is the Empire's premier theater company. We will not sully its good name by granting refuge to a fluttering ball of fur. And furthermore, how in the world did this abomination board the Prima Vista in the first place? By mean of his wings, were I to guess. As for his admission to our company, I do not seem to recall race, creed, or allegiance on my list of prerequisites. Do you? No, Father. Very well then. Monteblanc? What is it exactly that calls you to the stage? Our stage? What else? The Zodiac Brave story, Kupo. Never before have I witnessed something so amazing, so moving. Sitting, well, technically hovering there in the audience as the story unfolded around me, I knew I was witnessing something special, something positively transcendental, Kupo. It was then I realized I had either had to be part of it or go to my grave a bitter and broken Mughal. What's the realization before or after you swore you simply had to become the realm's greatest martyr, Kupo? Hardy, how did you? Perhaps you'd have more success at running away if you didn't reveal your grand designs to every other fool you happen to meet, Kupo. Was it not 2 nights ago you took up the axe, Kupo? Now here you are professing your passion for the stage before carving you in a single notch in your haft. Do you not remember? To he who churns the butter goes the sweetest bread? But how is one to savor said buttered bread if his head is in the belly of a fearsome beast? You accuse me of giving up when I merely come to the realization that continuing would end in failure. Only through a change of course could I finally reach my destination, Kupo. And what destination is that, Mummer? Are you sure it's not Geomancer? Arithmetician? Templar? Do not bother answering, Kupo. We all know you'll be singing a different tune come the cock crow. That is where you are mistaken, Hurdy. I was destined to be a thespian. I can feel it in my fur. The roar of Deltia was made for me. Made for me, Kupo! Kupo, enough! The actors in our company, trained at the Empire's finest institutes, that represent the pinnacle of profession not only in Garlemald, but across the entire world. A vagrant bat-mole like you could never hope to share a stage with such artists, let alone play a part of a hero like Deltia. You yourself admitted you were too craven to face a solitary beast. How do you imagine you would fare against a pack of theater critics? Any troop would need proof of valor before it could even consider. Fight him. Craven, call me a cheat and call me a cur, but do not, sir, call me Craven. I accept your challenge. Slay but one foul beast of mine own hand, and the Majestic Theater Company will accept me into its ranks, Kupo. Wait, I issued no such. You are all here to witness, Kupo. When I return with the head of a terrible beast in my gore-stained hands, you will be honor-bound to welcome me, Monteblanc, the Murmur, into the fabled ranks of the Majestic. Good day. Wonderful. What do we do now? What do? We do nothing. If the Batmole wishes to throw himself on the horns of a stampeding Dizzo, I will not stand in his way. I believe the proper term of degradation is Molebat, and I should warn you, Mughals do not take kindly to those who use it. Why must you always put yourself above others, brother? Did you learn nothing from Argoth's wretched example? Monteblue would never have set off on this fool's errand had you not made the challenge. If anything befalls my brother, his blood will be on your hands. Akali, you are the only one among us capable of locating Monteblue and preventing disaster. On behalf of my brother, I beg your assistance. I need this father to control his child. He's just standing there, though. My brother can be rather simple-minded when it comes to such matters. Thinking to impress the Warrior of Light and her companions, Monteblue would likely choose the scene of your recent exploits to prove his worth, meaning Rabanaster, if I'm not mistaken. Pardon my language, but that Ramza really is an incurable little prick, is he not? How dare he speak to his sister and the Mughal in that manner? I could decide which was worse, the things he said, or the way the principal sat back and let him say them. But I suppose it is none of our concern. For now, let us concentrate on the task at hand, finding the Mughal before he does something we'll all regret. Let's say we start nearby Pier 2, perhaps. I'm glad Lena was saying what I was thinking. Where are we? Let me out. I just wanted to jump out of the tower. Pier 2 is all the way up there. The Falcon Porter tells us that he set a traveling blacksmith away to Yangsha, not a bell passed. And why would that be of any interest to us, you ask? Because the said peddler of iron and steel was seen carrying a bag stuffed to the brim with, and I quote, albino mole fur and purple bat wings. Monteblue! Not that we look like that, Kupo. The quickest route to Dalmasca is via the One River and its western tributaries. If Monteblue is bound for Rabanaster, he will seek passage from the Glittering Basin. Oh, the fastest way to do this is not the way that they're telling us to go. We need to go to Doman Enclave and take the boat. Oh my god, these fucking chocobos. So they nerfed this to hell. Because it used to be, I kid you not, don't go in there yet, the hardest encounter that I have ever been a part of in my life. I was a summoner when I did this raid. And I had to use Titan. And this was when Titan could take damage and aggro. And I would have they're nothing like this anymore. They will take no trouble at all. But I had to have Titan tank them, and then they would kill him. And I had to swift cast, bring my Titan back, and then I would spam Physic and slowly chip them away. But then they also drop meteors on you, and the meteors could one-shot kill you.
Oh my god.
There is a fantastic video of when this first dropped. And all the people dying to chocobos, and like the screaming in shout chat. Yeah, you had 30 people doing it all at once. The server was lagging because everyone had their chocobos out, because you needed your chocobos out because they did so much damage. It was absolute madness. They are nothing like this anymore. We will obliterate these birds. Ready? Here, actually,
will it count?
we'll go together. They're still pretty tanky, though. I like that this little wind sprite is also starting shit. Get hit by a meteor and see what happens.
No.
Okay, it won't kill you. It used to be so much worse. These birds have been nerfed to hell. Monteblue, what were you thinking? Have you any idea what you put your brother through? He has been worried sick. Both Herdy and Ramza were right all along. I am a failure, a flop, a failing, flapping, foppish failure, Kupo. How could I ever play the part of a hero if I cannot even ruffle the feathers of a single measly bird? The audience would see right through me, like the spineless jellyfish I am. Now wait, Monteblue, not everyone can be a hero, not even most heroes. Yes, the bards sing of a man who deals the final blow, but what of his cadre of loyal companions? Do you think Deltia united Ivalice on his own? Do you think that Akali here was alone when she liberated Alamigo? You're never alone on the battlefield. No, not all wars are won on the front lines. But of course they are not. Every campaign needs its brilliant architect, the mastermind who moves the pieces across the board. I, Monteblue, can be that mastermind. That was quick. Let us not dwell on the details. The day is saved, and Monteblue has escaped sand, scratch, or singe to show for it. We should return to the Prima Vista before our luck runs out. Back to Gugane. I just see you charging at Yak. Chocobos. It was so brutal. It was so brutal when I did it. It's just like, why is this happening? Why is it like this? Thank God Titan. Thank God for Titan. And I would just res him back as quick as I could and hope that he got aggro before the birds pecked me to death. Oh. There's a whole situation happening here. Peace! Please! The ship is a place of peace! Release my sister or you will answer to me! When the cat's away... Put that damnable thing down, Ramza. You're not helping matters. We have no quarrel with you or yours. We seek only aid in finding our leader, Bagami. You seek our help? You who threatened to kill my father? Who stole his work and made fools of us all? Never. Silence, Ramza. They have Alma. We will hear what they have to say. As I said, we have no quarrel with you. We only did what was necessary to secure an audience. We surrender our weapons and offer your journal as an act of good faith. This is all a rather lot to digest, but your claims do coincide with what we have learned about the Aurosite. You're saying that crystal did something to our captain. After being emptied of Agrath's will, the Doma sought that of another to sate its appetite for aether. You're saying that the crystal ate our captain? Not his body, no. Only his soul. His soul? Tell me, what in your opinion was your leader's deepest desire? What was it that he longed for above all else in the world? Why waste your breath reasoning with these lizards? They showed themselves to the beast they are when they put a knife to your throat. This kid is absolutely a Garlean. First mole bat, now lizard. This one's tongue is pure poison. The boy can call us what he pleases. For our past failings, we deserve no better. Failings. 30 summers have come and gone, yet not a night goes by that I do not wake in sweat at the memory. We were Fulzers in the Dalmascan army, stationed in the royal stronghold at Nalbina. Nelbia Fortress was reputed to be impenetrable. Its fall to the 4th Legion proved a turning point in the Imperial campaign, dealing a crushing blow to Dalmascan morale and ultimately marking the beginning of the kingdom's end. Balgaman was our captain, and once it was clear that the day would not be ours, Prince Rausler, commander of the garrison of Nalbinia, tasked him with one final mission. Our unit was to escort His Highness's twin sister, the Princess Ashelia, away from the fortress and thence to safety, but things did not go as planned. I still remember the words she uttered as she lay dying in the captain's arms, but a stone's throw from where Gramasith waterway drains into the sea. Even as the fog of death descended upon her, she smiled and told us, the very people who had failed her, to survive, for as long as even a single Dalmascan stood, our nation would never truly perish. But it should not have been us who survived. By failing to protect our charge, we betrayed the princess and her memory and brought shame upon our race. So yes, we are naught but cold-blooded lizards, deserving of whatever scorn you deign to heap on us. I think we may safely assume a deep-seated hatred towards the invaders of his homeland, coupled with self-loathing born from a sense of powerlessness. The darkness that lurks in the heart of Balgaman is a little different from that which drove Argath, the selfsame emotions that were to nourish the Duma. Stop speaking in riddles, Charlian. She's saying that your brave captain will eventually turn into a monster, or rather more of one. Garlean lies. What they say is true. If we do not find Balgaman and the Duma soon, none of us are safe, present company included. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? Any at all? Wait, look at this! Something has been added to the final page of my journal. The captain must have put it there. Only he had access to it, until we found it in the pack he left behind, that is. Is this Dalmascan? Indeed, it says Ridorana. The lighthouse? Why would he write that? And in the old man's journal, no less. There is a place on the Valnard Sea, far north of Rabanastre, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a mile across. The Ridorana Cataract. Legend would have us believe that it is the entrance to the Hell of Water. Many a scholar seeking to prove otherwise has descended into the chasm, some even by airship, but not a one has returned. I must admit to knowing little of Ridorana save that which Lady Mikoto shared with us. Before we expend valuable time and resources traveling to so remote a place, I must review my notes and see if there is any mention of the abyss. We shall send for you as soon as we learn aught of interest. I think this was supposed to be done in between. Yeah, they started doing that. Okay, well that's my bad. Something is on Principal Jorman's mind. Unfortunately, it is not what you think it is. Ridorana is proving to be quite the enigma. With every answer comes countless new questions. This may take longer than I expected. But you are doubtless eager to know why I requested your presence. Our resident dramaturgy mentioned that there was something he wished to ask of you. As my work here is far from complete, I wondered if you might indulge the man while you wait. I have no memory of this, to be quite honest. I was so bored with Ivalice. Were few so loath to take their rest, then ventures without a quest, for shorn of work to give them worth, they soon became a source of mirth. Adventure will be mine in time. Oh, but it has, my friend, it has. My colleagues tell me that if one in this land ever needs an item fetched, that you are the woman to speak to. I find this philanthropic compulsion fascinating, and so, in the interests of research into my next play, let's say, I seek to put said compulsion to the test. Assuming you are game, of course. Bring me a bottle of wine, but not just any wine. Make it rose-themed, and make it Eorzean. I've had my fill of bitter blends, offered here in the East. Where to start? Oh, if only there was some port where thirsty Eorzeans went for their wine. He would surely be there speaking with its foremost blind Lullafan venturer, and not here with me. I hate you so much already, dude. Do you know where this man is, my dear Q?
No.
You don't know where this is?
I was thinking Limsa, but then he's like, oh, a blind Lalafell. I'm like, I don't know any Lalafells except the one in the quicksand.
Oh, you have forgotten everything.
Oh yeah! The guy at Wineport.
The blind Lalafell in Wineport.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, oh yes, of course. Soy and spice, sprinkled with a subtle scorpion of the steppe. You have traveled far, my friend. What is it you seek here in Wineport? A rose-themed wine. You would be hard-pressed to find a wine that did not display some hint of rose, so we can assume that your client was not referring to a desired bouquet. Perhaps a name or a label or... A bottle! Yes, I seem to recall a certain vintage rose sold in crystal bottles with a single red rose on the label. Alas, I have nothing as rare amongst my personal stock. As for who might, well, there's always John, I suppose. Pah! Only an uncultured fool would select a wine based solely on its bottle. As it happens, however, isn't that how you buy wine, Q?
Yes.
As it happens, however, said fool would be undeservingly rewarded with one of Ilprin's best wines, were to select a vintage Sudvija. Not that your client would have the palate to properly appreciate its depth and complexity. But let us dispense with the pretense. You are a fool. You are the fool in question, and do not bother to deny it. A fool who's aimed too high. One of your standing could live 1,000 lifetimes and still not amass the wealth required to purchase even an empty bottle. Oh, price is no object, is it? Ha! Even if I believed you, and I do not. I have a reputation to uphold as a venture, and a wine asshole. Were my clients to learn I was peddling my choice of my collection to the likes of you, they would never do business with me again. Bah! Alright, just to see the back of you, I shall do the kindness of directing your steps unto one who might take pity on your plight, assuming he does not find amusement in it. Master Gigadrew of Costa del Sol, but do not tell him I sent you. Well, we couldn't even afford a car, so maybe he's right. Maybe he's right about us not being able to afford a bottle. Oh, I can fly here. Yes.
Yeah, I decided to just fly instead of...
Oh, it was just across the way. I don't know why I thought it was farther.
I guess I could have taken your teleport.
Akali, it is always a pleasure, and I do mean that. My ladies inform me you have come inquiring after a bottle of Sotvijan, but I told them they must be mistaken. Not even you would be foolish enough to think you could... Oh, you are serious. Oh, Akali, you do realize one could purchase an entire estate in mist for the price of a single bottle, or 5 estates for the price of 5 bottles, which happens to be the number of bottles of Sotvijan I have in my collection. Now, I am not an unreasonable man. Let none say the venerable Gigadrew does not have a friendship as deep as the one that you and I have forged. I'll let it... Do you want me... I could dance for you again, and you could do a little nut. So, in my boundless generosity, I offer you the opportunity for a trade. A bottle of vintage Sudvajan for a mere magnum of fine Dalmascan. Never heard of the stuff? And I thought I was talking to a fellow connoisseur. I pity the poor venturer back in Wineport who will have to educate you. Until then, my friend, the offer stands. But what if I... I don't think I have a cute outfit. But what if I just did a little... What if I just did a little dance? You like cat girls. What if I did a little dance? On the catwalk. Coward.
You think he doesn't have beautiful women?
I'm the warrior
dancing
of
for
light.
him?
Not everyone gets to ride on... That gets to ride on this. I'm the warrior of light. That's bragging rights, baby. I'm even his wheelhouse. I'm Cat Girl. Cat Girl. First Sunvija, and now Dalmascan wine. Might I interest you in an aged Lamencent red instead? No, I thought not. Well, then you have your work cut out for you. There was a time Dalmascan wine was fairly easy to procure, even here in Vilbrand, but that was before the Empire raised the better part of the kingdom, vineyards and all. If there are any surviving bottles, it would be those that were exported before the Imperial invasion, over 30 summers past, though I have not encountered any in a decade or more, either at auction or in private hands. Collectors are curvaceous creatures. If one were to somehow acquire a bottle, there is little chance he would willingly part with such a treasure, which leaves only those bought over by the few Dalmascan refugees who fled to Eorzea. Oh, right. We're gonna rob that homeless man who has nothing but PTSD. I don't know why I thought this man was Alan Megan. I guess they never said what he was, just that he fought with the Company of Heroes. Oh shit. My plane clipped through. Can't sleep, they won't let me. The midges won't let me, they buzz and they scream. I know you. You were here before. You sent away the midges. They came back, though. They always come back. They mock me. Tell me I can never go home. I just want to go home. I cannot stand it here anymore. Wine. My wife loved wine. We would drink a glass of Valens every night before sunset. She would always keep cork. I always thought that odd. What good is a cork? Toss it in the midden heap along with the bottle, I'd say, but she... Though you find several empty wine bottles amongst the rubbish, one in particular calls out to you. Take it to Shami Lumai to confirm its origin. Oi.
Are we about to scam this man?
We are
I thought it would be easier to scam the Garlean.
We are honorable heroes. We would never do a scam. And we would never commit wine fraud. Never. That's not who we are. Wine fraud is a victimless crime. How is dressed? I do hope your visit did not disquiet the poor soul. We definitely didn't kill the midges that were making him freak out. So you have brought me an empty bottle. Ah, but what is this? The cork remains in place. That is most fortunate. If an adequate seal was made, there may still be traces of the wine within. May I? Flamboyant, yet elegant. A thought-provoking blend of kuraku beans and cinnamon with just a hint of... Is that rosemary? A veritable kaleidoscope of both opulence and refinement. Long has it been since I encountered a bouquet of such complexity, yet I recall it as if it were yesterday. Without question, this bottle once held a Dalmascan Le Monde Red by the name of Valens. To think I would have the opportunity to experience it again after so many summers. But I suspect Master Gegajuru will not be satisfied with a sniff as I. Now, one without scruples might see the empty bottle as the basis for a ruse. One man's ruse is another man's keikaku.
What is this man doing here, and how did he find us?
Keikaku means plan. Over the years, I have had numerous dealings with the Lord of Costa del Sol, and while he is many things, an expert on wines is not one of them. Not that it would matter if you were. Men of his standing invariably find more joy in boasting of their acquisitions than in consuming them. In all likelihood, Master Gegajutru would never even open the bottle, rendering the provenance of its contents practically irrelevant. Ah, but where are my manners? These forays back to western climes always bring out the barbarian in me. It is a pleasure, Akali, lest you wonder in my presence here, my employer see promise in the Hingan wine trade, and desire the establishment of a viable route twixt east and west. I am come to see their plan to fruition. But returning to your dilemma, I believe that I may be of assistance. I just so happen to have on my own person, several sample bottles of Hingan wine made with grapes similar to those once found in Dalmasca. For a close acquaintance, I would be more than willing to part with one, that she might fill her empty vessel. But that would be unjust. As the maker of wine, I cannot allow it. Master Gigajuru has cozened more of his clients than he can count. How do you think the man amassed his fortune? By playing fair? Would that the world with us. But I am here to tell you, it is not. So it is decided then. We shall employ deceit as our morally justified means to a happy end. Oh wait, this is a fool's errand.
That man just stole from a blind man.
Then let us be glad that our quarry is a fool himself. Now, if you will excuse me, I must go tell the gentle citizens of Wineport why they should be drinking Hingan. Good day! Well, I saw nothing. Nothing at all.
You sure didn't.
You sure didn't, yeah. Oh boy. I completely forgot that Hancock came, said some anime bullshit, committed wine fraud, and then left. I fucking love Hancock. I love Hancock so much. Gegagudori. By the gods, you actually found one! A bottle of Dalmascan wine? Oh, we must uncork it right away! Oh boy.
Okay.
I don't think he'll know the difference. Yes. A lush bouquet, a herbaceous, dignified, coupled with earthen undertones, and, so forth. In short, the very epitome of Dalmascan red! Yes, you have outdone yourself this time, Akali. And a promise is a promise, ladies. The bottle of Sud Vijan, if you please. He has 5 bottles of it that he is purposely not drinking. Where that cat's... Take whichever you fancy, except for the one with the rose. That is my favorite. Or whichever you fancy. It is just Gigajuru. It's okay to scam him.
He owns a beach.
Yeah, he'll make do. Far East, Kugami. Wine fraud is a victimless crime. Just like art fraud. The only people that suffer, if you can count it suffering, is the rich.
It's true.
Therefore, we have done nothing wrong. But he's not gonna even drink that wine. gonna try and get it done. Because we have D&D at, well, it's 10:30 for me, but it's 11:30 for you, right? Actually, let me double check. Let me... oh, let me see. Announcements. 11:30 Eastern Time, 10:30 Central Time. Okay. Yeah, you have to do that before, you have to do that before, D&D. It's okay. You don't want to do math, do you, Yak? You don't want to do math. They say a rose is a rose is a rose. So tell me, Adventure, is that a rose in your pocket, or are you simply here for small talk? Do not talk to me like that, and take your fucking line. I think if you do the raid with me, we'll definitely be done by 9. Or 10 your time. You'll have time to also go water the plants. A bottle of vintage Sotvicha. You never cease to amaze. So long as it is on a white fest. Like the other one was. But what is most amazing is your impeccable sense of timing. Today marks the 12th anniversary of the day I met my dear wife, and if there was one thing she loved more than mine, it was roses. Would that she were here today to... but I jest. My wife is very much alive, in fact. She's been here with us all along. Darling, would you care to join us? Oh. For me? How thoughtful. But did you forget the most important gift at all? Of course not. He got himself a tall wife. What is happening? He's about to cook. Bacon bread. The perfect companion for a perfect wine. For my perfect companion. Oh, darling, I think this might be our best anniversary yet. That played out better than I imagined. I suppose I have you to thank, Adventure. Though it was the bacon bread that sealed... Ah, yes. Is that Principal Dromus I hear calling? Perhaps he's made some sort of progress with his research and requires your assistance. You'd best not keep him waiting. Well, that was a huge waste of my time. I hope the past few turns of the sun have proved as productive for you as they have for us. We have much to share. Yes. Productive. It's actually 4 million gil? Because it's the price of a small house in Limsa Lominsa, which goes up to 4 million gil. Redrodania is the name of both a massive gap in the southern Valnard Sea and the lighthouse once manned by the Royal Dalmascan Navy to prevent ships from succumbing to the cataract's currents. I stress once manned, as the tower has lain empty since its candlekeeps abandoned their post after the fall of Rabanaster. But if Pharaoh Sears offers any indication of what befell the lighthouse in the absence of its caretakers... Yes, but the real question of how it all ties with the Evelisen legend. A curious examination of the Zodiac Brave story reveals no mention of a Redorania, yet it seemed foolish to assume that the name could not change in the centuries since the tale was writ. So I thought to cross-reference texts on modern Ilbaldessian history with our translations of the Dorai papers. And after an exhaustive re-examination of my ancestors' notes, I discovered that there was not a single entry on Redorania. And while mention of the Valiant Sea was abundant, I found no reference whatsoever to any cataract or lighthouse within its waters. Ramses' discovery prompted me to examine the mystery from a different perspective. What if there was no mystery at all? What if, in the time of Delta's rise, the chasm did not yet exist? There is more, but only a visit to the lighthouse will enable us to confirm our theories with any certainty. The Broad Redanian Lighthouse lies far from civilization. You would be wise to provision for the trip here in Hingashi. An adventurer always comes prepared. I need to get this show on the road, Ramza. You made me do wine fraud. How well can you do math, Q?
About as well as I can read under pressure.
I am not going to be able to do math for you and myself, but I will try. Something is very wrong here. Mayhap it is best if we split our fellowship into two parties, one to delve into the tower's depths, and one to observe from afar. An acting expedition sub-leader. I appoint you captain of the first, and you may use the spyglass to aid in your search for the missing lizard. If it was me out, I just snapped that sucker over my leg. I'm like, thanks. Damn it, brother, where are you? We should grab the yak. This will start shortly, I believe. The location appears to offer an adequate view. Climb up and scan the area for any sign of Bagaman. I couldn't remember what he looked like, so I was like, I hope he's green. You found him. Let me see. He needs our help. This lighthouse is sick, though. Princess Ashelia, I know you can't forgive me. Nor should you. It's all my fault. I could not save you. Could not save anyone. Anyone but myself. I am so sorry. Bagaman, wait! Oh, traitors! Have you no pride? You treat with the very men who laid waste to our homeland. You were mistaken, brother. There are no Imperials here. We've come to help. I know what I see. My own kin sided with the enemy. How dare you stand and stay in my audience with the princess? The Duma. It has him, Kupo. It's showing him what he wants to see. Witch. Murderous. Gunfire? Vargoman! So this is the end. Recite the words, satisfy the covenant, relinquish thy soul unto me, and be granted that which thou desirest most in all the world. Sword in hand, a warrior, clutches stone to breast. Look at me, brother, look at me! In sword etched he his fading memories. Don't you die, not yet! In stone his tempered skill. We promised we'd all go together when our time came. You can't leave us here. By stone attested, by stone revealed. That light, where have I seen it before? Oh no. Oh, that's fine. Whatever are you doing? You need to leave the lighthouse right away. Right away, do you hear? I think we are finally going to do the dungeon. It is as we feared, then Vargamon's soul is lost. A solid plan of action must be devised before facing the vanguard transformed. Much as I wished it were otherwise, I fear Vargamon is beyond saving, yet we cannot suffer what is left to him to become a distraction. Father, is now not the time to abandon this quest? We are meddling with forces beyond. Enough, Alma. We adults are talking. While Kali was searching for the lizard, I inspected an area of exposed foundation at the base of the lighthouse. And you were right, Father. The lighthouse is built squarely atop the ruins of what could only be the clockwork city of gold. What city of who? According to the Zodiac Brave story, the clockwork city of Gug was a metallic metropolis wherein airships, automata, and other technological marvels of that age were first conceived. Little is said about its location, however, save that it was far away. While the Durai papers do not say a great deal more, they do mention that the land upon which the legendary city was built was severely limited, an inconvenience that forced its inhabitants to build up rather than out. Which led me to ask myself, what if the reason land was limited was because the land in question was an island? But that will still not explain the omission of the cataract. It is inconceivable that the authors would neglect to mention so prominent a landmark that it existed. And then I found it, a lone passage regarding Gog's fall. While the particulars were missing, it appears the city was abandoned after an explosion left half of it in ruin. I believe the explosion may have been undermined a portion of the seabed. It need only have been a small area at first, one that could well have gone unnoticed during the Exodius. As time passed, however, the waters would have continued to wear away at the rock, slowly widening the gap until we have what lies beneath us today. That would explain why there's no mention of Redrodania prior to the present era. Come, Father, will you not tell them the rest? Of the possibility that we Garleans are descended in part of the displaced citizens of Gog. It would explain how the Empire was able to forge its armies of iron even before the discovery and application of Alicon technology. And it may also explain why the legend of Ivalice has resonated with our people for centuries, despite the fact that the Lost Kingdom was, as far as we can tell, in quite a different corner of the world. An interesting, if somewhat ambitious theory, but to return to your original claim, it is your belief that the Redania Lighthouse stands atop what is left of... that necklace. Where did you get it, girl? It was my mother's. Your mother's? It was my late wife's most cherished possession. Why do you ask? But Garmin had a talisman. He would wear it beneath his jerkin. He refused to take it off even when bathing. He said it was special. He only saw it a few times, but it looked exactly like the one your daughter wears. And, what are you implying, Lizard? That my sister stole it? Or my late mother? Neither. I spoke of their similarity, that is all. Can you believe the nerve of this boy? Enough, Ramza. Our guests are merely concerned for the well-being of their kin. But what of our kin? What of them, Ramza? Do you imagine our kin to be better than theirs in some way? Or anyone else's, for that matter? I apologize, Father. We have but one purpose, son, and that is to prove the existence of Ivalice and clear our family's name. Do not allow anger or hate to lead you from that path. Now, we have a lost city to explore. Thank you, God. I was so tired of listening to Ramza be a little shithead to everybody. Alright, are we ready?
I'm ready.
Oh my god, it's a 22-minute wait time. I don't think it actually will be, though. We have all the tanks. If the wait is too long, if this takes too long, yeah, you can leave. I know you have things to do. Well, I'm gonna do what I did last time. How do I get out of here?
Let's go straight through one of the doors.
Yeah. Oh, they're working on it.
What did you do last time?
I climbed the tower.
Ah.
I'll do that again. Oh, now it's 7 minutes. We could...
Or we could play triple try.
We could play triple try it. We do need money. I think it costs MGP to play it. Are you gonna try and climb the tower? We started right about here.
Gonna try.
I missed two. Well, we really beat it. Oh no! You go first.
No, I'm letting you go first.
Oh, why?
You're more skilled at this.
I've missed the first one, so.
I fell too far.
It's okay. It takes practice to get the jumps just right. I can't get the side jumps to work like I used to. Hello. I overshot it.
I was saying hello to Yak.
Oh, is Yak climbing the tower too?
Yeah.
Have you ever climbed the tower, Yak? Oh, that's too far. Oh, I overshot it. I knew I was overshooting it too. I felt it. I was like, there I go. That didn't feel right. I'm like clipping the I need to put a little more oomph into it. Not too much oomph. Stupid roofs are in my way. Excuse me? Oh, sweet. That didn't take very long at all. How far did you get, Miss Q?
I think I got to the second jump. And then I gave up.
Aw. You don't have to give up.
I got bored.
My attention span could not handle it.
Yeah, after failing to get to the third jump many times, I'm like, alright, I'm done with this.
Oh no, it just takes practice.
Because like, you gotta run all the way back up the stairs. Like,
yeah, you know how it feels when you miss the very last jump and you have to go all the way. It's hard. Just takes practice. No, I did it on my keyboard.
on controller? What are you, a barbarian?
I don't think Yak uses a controller. It's just easier on it.
the paladin's got it. Okay, aside from dodging AoEs, do you see that bucket in his hand, Miss Q? Yes. He will raise that over his head and spin it. In whatever direction he's pointing, it's pointing at the end, water will spill out of it. As a tank, you probably won't die from it, but you do not want to be in the direction that he is pointing his jar. And it takes up the entire cardinal direction. So if he's pointing it to the right, you want to get out of the way. So he's spinning it, and he's pointing it to the left. You see what I mean? Yes. He's pointing it in the same direction. To the south. Watch out for the water spouts and the people with AoEs. I need these spouts to not be where I'm trying to go. Damn. I'll die. I have no help. I think it ate my Benny. It even ate my stack, red dot stack on red dots. Doritos are friendly. Into the water. Doritos again. Also water spout.
I feel bad that I died. I bennied myself, and it killed me and took my Benny, and I'm very mad about it. We're together. You and me. Together. Forever. Okay. So these are just regular ads, and you can, when everyone gets here, you can have, or you have your tank stands on, you can help grab them. And there will be heads that spawn behind us. When we kill them, they do AoE damage. So you're supposed to kill them slowly so that the healers can heal. Nobody does. Just don't worry about it. But it is a mechanic you'll see later, where you have to take your time in killing things so that, you know, the healers can actually heal. I didn't mean to actually attack them, since I know they're not being tanked. I'm being shot. Actually, I'm being shot. So all I can really tell you is that there's going to be clock hands in the corner. When you touch them, they turn. You want the clock hands to be facing the corners. Also, if you get tethered, bring them out away from the party into these corners as well, because they will paralyze people that touch them. And those are the two biggest things. But the rule of thumb goes, if you don't know what something does, don't touch it. A rule that will be broken many times in this game. That's a lot of damage. Oh, you want to be on the slower spinning clock first, and then we'll move to the one that just exploded. And then this shows where he's going to be going. Now we go here. Yeah, that was hard to explain because I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at loot. There will be an ad for you to grab eventually. I believe your ad's in the north. Oh no, wait, we're A? We're gonna be to the right. Oh, see, these are the tethers I'm talking about? If you're tethered, pull them out away from the party. So, yeah, our ad will be to the left. Or to the west. If that makes sense. Yeah.
one's our ad right here. Can't find my mouse. There we go. Our ads are too close. Can you pull him back? Oh, yeah. That's not your fault, really. C wouldn't move there. Stay close together in the bubble, even though it's not our bubble. It's easier to heal if everyone's together. Okay, so these clocks, you turn their hands to there, and then we don't move them again, but everyone's going to because they suck. I don't know what's gonna be saved. Okay. That's a fucking disaster. Watch out for tethers. Don't be me. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Stay on the slow clock hands, and then move to the one that's exploded. These again. Oh my god. I have middle, I think. This is why if you don't know what something does, you do not touch it. I have chains again. Zone 3? Hell yeah, give me that shit. 6 seconds. 6 seconds stone? I love that. Again. Oh fuck. It's gonna be corners, I think. Oh fuck. Oh. Slow clock hands. Then move to power horns. Oh, I'm so slow. That's because these. I am also slow. Yeah. Let me tell you, I've seen it be done worse. These pants, nothing here is going to be better than what we are right now. Actually, so.
Yeah, it could have been worse. We could have wiped.
We could have wiped, like we did. So far, we're doing better than the last 24 man. No wipes so far. So, good on us, actually. Wait, the really high tier raid food? Jack. So our group is going to be these towers over here. That's what you're going to take.
want to grab aggro on all these guns right here. All 4 of them. Alright, then we help them with theirs. I think 3 more are gonna come up. You're gonna grab the one that's on ours. The what? Yep, yep. You don't have to pull it away. Oh. I know. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. And you know, you'll learn which ones you pull away and which ones you don't. You will notice that tethered, we have to destroy the ancient... You don't have to do anything. We have to destroy the ancient clockwork devices, which are keeping them strong.
Oh, I done died.
Oh, you did. You must have got tank busted right the hell. Were you dying? I didn't think you were dying. Yeah. I think you might have just got tank busted straight to hell. Unless there's a Doom Mechanic. I've never seen anyone die there, so it's hard to say what happened to you. Alright, this is where math comes in. What this boss eventually does is he's going to put on these circles in the middle here, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. And then he's going to lower your HP into a small number. And then he's going to give you a number in which that number and your health have to fit into, like, one of these. To be divisible by it. Your health, the number that he gives you and your health have to be divisible by 1, 2, 3, or 4. What does divisible mean? I cannot go over basic math terms with you right now. So if your health, if the number he gives you and your health equals 6, then you'll want to go into the 3 because 6 is divisible by 3.
Okay, I got it.
They want you mean tank. EX says she's got you.
Okay. Why do they want me to mean tank?
EX said you're strong. Provoke it if you need to maintain aggro. And don't move. Let people move for you. Yeah, make people move. Don't stand in the stack markers. You are main tank, so you will just do.
I'm not main tank anymore. I lost.
Yeah, you can't hold it. I know.
I am but baby.
We're gonna want to
back away.
Okay, so one of these corners, he's gonna... I think it's gonna come in. Oh shit. Okay, into a corner. Couldn't remember how any of that works. Oh, so we get behind him, and we have to go... Oh shit. And we follow, because he's just gonna keep lasering. There we go. Good job.
Just kind of follow everybody and hope for the best.
That's a good way to live your life. Here is our dead. Okay, so here comes math. So my health is 1. Prime is not a prime, or 1 is not a prime number. And he wants to do it of 5, so I'm gonna go into... Right. 4?
It was 8 originally, and then it became 12. Damn it. I was wrong.
I think I lied and you multiply it. Oh shit. I knew it. I didn't mean to stay up. I meant to go into 3. I took too long. It's okay. I do think you multiply. I said add and I lied to you.
You said divisible.
It is divisible. I think when you go in there, it's gonna be your... I think, yeah, it's... When you touch the number... So, my health was 1. I went into 4. 1 times 4 is 4, which means it was divisible by 4. So it is multiplying.
I think it's addition because I had 8, and then I went into... I went into 4 and it became 12.
Oh. Your health was 8?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. Magnet. That... What happened?
I don't know. Some people got in and some people didn't.
That bard's about to beef it. We need a tank up in case the worst happens. There is, in fact, only 1 tank left.
Oh my.
Yes. We're doing math again. Oh boy. My health is 7. And we need it to be prime. So I'm gonna... 7's a prime number, so I'm staying out. Oh, nicely done, Q.
Well, as soon as you said it needs to be prime, I rushed over to the other one.
And now we do it by 4. I need to be here. Nope. Alright, that's fine.
Yak almost died of that too. I'm gonna wait for this to be actually, there we go. Alright, get behind it. Get zapped. Oh, you made it! Yeah, I got zapped twice. Anyway, my fun fact about this raid is Construct 8 destroyed the Final Fantasy Tactics universe. That's all I know. Oh, I don't have enough. Let's stack. Construct, please don't hurt me. I'm simply helping. Oh god. Okay, oh, get up. I'm just gonna run. I'm just gonna run, and everything will be fine. All's good. All's good. I can usually do the math part right, but I'm so worried about Q in these raids sometimes that I absolutely biff it. Please don't make us do more math, Mr. Construct. I don't think so. I've never seen him do it more than twice. B's dead again. Arrival. Is this a wipe? No, that spell just took a long time to cast. I was like, oh god. Well, I'm sure. We did it. Oh boy. Easy.
I didn't understand that math part, but
I didn't know if it was addition or multiplication, because for what you're saying it was addition, but for me the only way that worked for me was it was definitely multiplication, because 4 times I was in 4, my health was 1, and I was able to be in 4. Maybe it was 5. Oh no, he wanted. I don't know.
Have I waited for this moment, Garlean swine?
The first time he did it, it was 5. It was addition. Okay.
Come! The blood of my fallen brothers feeds my hate!
I can't wait until we do the last part of this raid, probably next week. Or maybe 2 weeks from now. That one's a wild ride. quite a few that were watching and stuff.
Yeah, we've got a lot of people from that have transferred over from WoW. So I've noticed even the Crystal Tower raids that we did, where no one waited, people are starting to wait again.
The Empire is a cancer, and I am the barber's blade.
Okay, this is pretty straightforward. I'll do the calls as I can.
I'll tell you,
But there's a lot going on and can easily get distracted. Yeah, so that's a big tank cleave. So I want to be mindful of that. Stay out of these circles.
escape this.
He's gonna drop down, so avoid being in front of him. And then be mindful of where the main tank is. I think we're about to get whipped around. Not yet. And under him,
Your suffering is not yet over. You will not know mercy.
Okay, so this is magnet stuff. If you want to be in the opposite color. Oh, I am.
Escape this. Agony and sorrow.
Okay, Iris, same person. Classic healer synergies. There are many deads.
Like a knife through butter.
So he's gonna go that way, and then he's got. So you can see where he's going to turn next. He will absolutely fuck you up if you go across his nose. And then under him.
Your suffering is not yet over. I'll tear you limb from limb. Escape this.
Okay, also behind him. And watch out for the circles.
Your pain is my pleasure.
We want to destroy these sprites. And then be mindful. We have to get under him, but also stay on your side of the magnets. I didn't make that. I did make that.
Agony and sorrow. I'm again to
I have
deliver the
that.
king's justice.
Be mindful of magnets.
Feel the wrath of my brothers. You will pay for what you have done with blood.
Okay, there's ads here. Just grab whichever you're closest to. Please don't hit me, sir. But yeah, but hold them away from each other. I don't know which one you have. You? Okay, here. With your ad.
Yeah, but I need to stack.
I know. There we go. And now we have to attack the heart. I don't know if we're gonna get it. Yeah, I guess that's correct.
This is far from finished, Guardians! Like a knife through butter!
Alright, he's charging, so be mindful of where his spinnies are gonna be. And the circles. Under him?
Your suffering is not yet over. I'll tear you limb from limb! You will not have mercy! Like a knife through sputter!
He's gonna be charging, also be mindful of magnet mechanics and all the other fun stuff that he's about to. I'm shocked.
Agony and sorrow! Feel the wrath of my brothers!
Cyclone is AoE.
I, the Gamnon, shall deliver the king's justice!
Oh.
My wounds!
In.
Give me strength! Enough! Like a knife through butter!
He's charging.
You may have escaped me in this life, but I shall be waiting in the next!
And we did it. I know Yak has to go, but thank you for your help, Yak. And well done, Miss Carly Q.
I did it.
Yeah, I knew you weren't gonna be able to hold aggro on There's people that are way better geared than you and I are, so. Loot. That. Give me those coins.
Give me that minion.
What did you roll? Oh.
I won the minion.
What?
Oh, I don't think I won the minion. I think it's been one.
I won the minion, but I was going to.
Oh, nice.
If you rolled really high, I was gonna give it to you. Alright. We did it. Oh, it's like dead. Dang, I really like raked it in. Alright. But thank you for your help, Yak. I know you have to go so you can make it to D&D on time, but thank you for your assistance and being a good co-healer. That would have been very, very rough without a good co-healer. Thank you, Yak. Oh my gosh, your better gear gave you the edge to survive that construct attack. I know, because I died, but you only had 3,000 health. Yeah! Mother's necklace. But what is it doing here? Unless... Get fucked. Ah. I feel no mercy for this racist little bastard. Apparently he's a better character in tactics. I don't know. Alma... Alma, are you there? I'm here, Ramza. Extraordinary. The stones are different, but the craftsmanship is identical. However did it come to be in Backhammon's possession? Huh. Though they are indeed of a different shape, the stones appear to have been cut from the same crystal. Oh, they are. Orosite. Orosite? What makes you say that? Can't you feel it? You can feel it, can't you, Hurdy? Do you recall me telling you that Backhammon considered that necklace special? It was special because it was entrusted to him by Prince Ralston. He was to return it to Princess Ashelia upon delivering Her Highness from Nalbania Fortress. A family keepsake. Of course, and each necklace, each Orosite, has acted as a lodestone, drawing both of our parties closer and closer to Ivilis. Indeed, Father, the Orosite guides us. Ramza, are you recovered? Thank you, sister. I am well now. From what we know of the Duma and Odious, vestiges of ones may well endure an Orosite. Could it be then that the desire for the former owner or creator of these necklaces was simply to return to Ivilis? But who could that have been? Ramza Bevel. He wanted people to return to his homeland and uncover the truth behind the kingdom's founding. But then why show us Lesia and Golg, you ask? Simple. We are being tested. The Orosite is measuring our worth, seeing if we are deserving of that truth. You say these things as if you know them, but how could you? Nothing we have uncovered suggests anything of the kind. I know you have your doubts, but I can assure you they are misplaced. For now, I must ask you trust me, Lady Meowth. Lady Meowth? Since when did you... Ramza, are you feeling quite yourself? Of course I am, sister dearest. I have never felt better. He was cured of being a dickhead. It's just that easy. I sense a disturbance in his aether. Father, these necklaces are gifts. Gifts from the old gods who once watched over the Evilisans. It is proof that we have their blessing. With the necklace and the Otis, we can finally prove... Thank you, Alkali. I know not what came over me. Ramza, you must rest. Leave me be, Alma. Did I not tell you I'll be fine? he's fine again.
He shouldn't have touched the aura site again.
Yeah, I know.
He went back to the way he was.
Another adventure under our belts, eh, Akali? I put pen to page before the details fade. Lasaya and now Gog, one would think our discovery is more than sufficient to prove the External's claim, at least with regard to Ivalice's existence. But something tells me that until Jormus has proof that his ancestors were not the heretics the Church painted them to be, he will not rest. And then there's the curious case of Ramza, and almost throughout one moment, all sister dearest the next. He was like a different person when he came to, yet I seem to be alone in wondering exactly what happened to him back at the lighthouse. If you ask this lady, he must have taken quite some bump to the head when he fell. Then again, it didn't take him long to turn back to his spiteful little self, so all's well that ends well. Alright, and that is where we end for now. The only thing that we didn't get to do, but we are way over time, is Eureka. But that's okay, because that gives you a chance to catch up. And we'll just make sure we get to 20 before next week. So assuming you have the time. And I don't know if you will, but
I will do my best to pencil it in.
Yeah, I know. You're very busy. So don't worry about it. But that's going to be it for us today. Thank you for sticking with it. I know we are an hour and a half over time, but we have a lot of content to get through before Endwalker, so this actually helps us keep a pace. I don't think we'll get through all of Stormblood patches before the end of September, but we are quite close, so I am pleased with the progress. Thank you so much for being here. I am off tomorrow, but I will be back on Tuesday for Majora's Mask at 2 p.m. EST, which we'll be finishing up next week, and then Child of Light, which we will also be finishing up next week, which is at 6 p.m. EST. We will read Deltarune Chapter 2 on Friday at 3 p.m. EST, and then we will be back with Final Fantasy on Saturday and Sunday at 5 p.m. EST. So, thank you so much for being here, and a big thank you to Yak for helping get us through those dungeons a little bit quicker. I hope you all have a very lovely evening, and I will see you on Tuesday. Bye. Bye.